Okey-doke.
Good morning and welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting of October 16th, 2007. Roberta, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Foy? Here. Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn? Here. And Supervisor Parks?
Here. We don't have a moment of affirmation today, so let's go to our Pledge of Allegiance. And Supervisor Foy, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Second.
August 24th and September 11th.
Second.
And we have a second.
Actually, Madam Chair, what we're doing is we're continuing them until next week.
Okay. Shall we go ahead and move to continue then? Okay. We have a motion and a second to continue. Seeing no objection, that passes. We'll now go to agenda review, and Mr. Johnston.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we have three just technical changes here. On item number 16, the agenda title only should have read, the time should have been 10 a.m. on November 20th. And on item number 26, the letter submitted on the self-help housing, page 7 revised, it should have been recommendation of on the agenda only. The supervisors Bennett and Long made the recommendation. And lastly, item 29, the title was referring to, in the resolution, referred to the Board of Supervisors, and in this case you're sitting as the Watershed Protection District Board of Directors, so that change needs to be made.
Thank you. Any other requested changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the item 26, there's some people that are going to be coming to speak on that, and they were asking if there was a time, and I noted that at 9:30 we only have two 5-minute items, and I was wondering if we could do it at the end of the item 14 before we get to...
Okay, so item 26 will go after item 14 then.
Great,
That's the request.
And
That
it
works for me.
shouldn't be a long item. Thank you.
Okay, great. Are there any other requested changes? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
number 19 should be pulled.
Oh, yes, that is a change also. Number 19 is the one on Harbor Lights, and that Harbor Lights restaurant will be pulled off the agenda, so no item 19. Now, do we have a motion to accept the agenda as changed? We do have a motion, and we do have a second from behind me. Seeing no objections, then we will have our agenda stand as revised. Thank you. Our next item are consent items 10 through 12, and I have a little question on item 10. Are there any other requests to pull any of these items? My question, thank you for being here, Mr. Pringle. It is in regards to how we calculate the original estimate, the original cost of a project. We show original price and then the revised price. And I note that, for example, the following item, item 11, with the Watershed Protection District, refers to, what the estimate is, and then shall not exceed by more than 20%, that estimate. So the question that I have is, are the original prices in the tabulation the price before or after the 20% contingency that we add on to these?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. The original price shown in the tabulation is the low responsible bidder price,
Okay.
which may or may not be close to the engineer's estimate, but that is the bid price shown on the tabulation form.
Okay, and that often incorporates some contingency anyway, but I just wanted to see what our base was, so it's the actual bid price.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Thanks for answering that question. I have no others. Do we have a motion to approve 10 through 12? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, then that passes. Thank you very much for answering that. Okay, then at this point, we can go back to our agenda and look at our public comments. And we do have one public comment card, Mr. Carol Dean Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're my political role model, but this is about the Ventura Unified School District, the darkest legislative body in the county. They prosecuted Orange County Board of Supervisors. You will see Alex Castillo, the ASV president of Foothill High, a senior. Watch. You will see Mr. Ramos, the county council, and Susan Bradford, the business administrator, forcefully escorting Mr. Castillo out from the hallway.
You've invited me October 11th. I'll be there at the school.
And October 9th at the school board meeting, physically, because he talked to me. Now they're out in the dark parking lot. I'm with another person. They're forcefully removing this kid, the president, the ASB president, and so me and the witness were following them, and they come back into City Hall. Wait till the lights come back on. That word dark has two meanings here. But when the lights come on, tell me. But Supervisor Park, you're my political role model. I want to discuss that for a moment. The lights will be back on in a second here. Okay, they're going the stairs up City Hall, the back way. The doors are locked. Mr. Ramos, see the lights? Mr. Ramos is coming down to open the door. The lights will be back on in a second. But what's the end of this? The end of this is unbelievable. The president, the student body president of Foothill High, what is wrong with our educators, our administrators? What's wrong with these people? Okay, they go back into the meeting. You can see there's the meeting taking place. City Hall, there's the meeting. They're taking him in the back room. There's our 5 elected officials on the school board. Look at that. And then the next one.
What I have here is the
Okay, here's the principal of Foothill High, lying on camera.
president on Tuesday night in the hallway.
I just filed this with the district attorney. Every member of the public can go into the administration office and sign up. The principal is denying me the basic right to go into the administration office to sign up. That's a violation of Penal Code 627.6.
Here the students present the pros and cons of that. Well, first of all, I wasn't in the meeting. We already talked about
See?
it.
Yeah, he wasn't in the meeting, but the principal is going to tell me everything that happened, and he wasn't even present.
They talked to who in the district? They talked to our student, and the student said he did not invite you. Who
See?
in the district? That was
See?
it.
He's telling me what happened in the hallway, and he wasn't even present.
Well, I want you
This is Joe Bova, principal of Foothill High,
I've talked to Mr. Ramos. He's told me
but I want to show you the superintendent. Come on, menu. I want to show. Here's the superintendent.
You do have about 30 seconds left.
Well, I think I can talk about being my political role model here. Okay, she just drove up in her red Volvo.
which is an indication she's in midlife crisis. When men go out and buy red cars, they're in midlife crisis. She's in midlife crisis. Here she comes. Here she comes, the superintendent. Miss Arriaga?
Mr. Williams, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're still my role model.
Thank you very much. We'll now go on to our next item on the agenda, and that is our board comments. Supervisor Flynn, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you. I was only have one thing to say. Mr. Ramos is not a member of the county council.
General counsel for the school district. If I misspoke, I'll correct that.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, and I'd like to call out Deborah Ann Valenzuela. She was a 20-year Ventura County Sheriff's Department employee, lifelong resident of Ventura, passed away from natural causes here recently. The other thing I'd just like to comment on is this board took a position in favor of AB 1542, and the governor vetoed that bill on Friday late in the day, and we were 2 days away from, if he would just have done nothing, the bill would have become law. Just a lot of misconceptions out there. The governor talked about, in his veto message, he said, we don't need to extend rent control, as if we were creating new rent control, and all we were doing was trying to keep the local rent control in place. The other two things I'd just like to point out is that the governor kept citing that mobile home residents will still be protected by the state's rent control for low-income residents. And there are two problems with that. Number one, the state has no enforcement mechanisms or anything else. That means low-income people are going to have to sue if their landlords charge them higher rent. There's no enforcement mechanisms like we have with our local rent control to deal with issues like, what if somebody has a capital gain one time, they sell some stock or they sell something, and they are not low income for just 1 year. They pop up just a few dollars over. Then are they permanently out of the low income protection? And they probably are once that moment happens. The other thing is, when they go to sell their unit, the rent control will be gone off of that unit, and so the unit will not be as valuable for them. And for many of these people, particularly low-income people, their mobile home coach is their number one savings vehicle, their number one equity. It is going to be a huge transfer. We're going to see over the next 12 months, we'll see a huge transfer of wealth from low-income park residents to park owners as a result of that veto, and just a real, it's going to, literally thousands of people are really going to suffer as a result of that. So I just want to call that out to everybody's attention and point that out, and thank you very much.
Thank you. That's unfortunate. Supervisor Foy, would you like to go next?
I'd like to adjourn in memory of these people here on this list and call out one specifically, Susan Sutcliffe, that was the woman murdered last week, matter of fact on our board day last Tuesday, by a rammed-in shooter at a tire pros. It was terrible. Interesting, I did know the owner of that place, and he was shot himself, but also this Susan was, matter of fact, the wife of the president of one of my clients, my other business, and it's just tragic when this kind of thing happens, just random. So she was a person that was just sitting there enjoying a book. It's just hard to imagine. So anyway, also, as we announced last week, we had that ghost tour. It just started, and even though it was a rainy weekend, we had almost 700 people out for that. It was the Historical Society had a great time with the people, so it was kind of fun. Yeah, it was kind of a good thing. And then I ended up at the Scottish Games after we gave that thing. It was fun to go out there, and I didn't see our CEO in his kilt walking around. Saw a lot of other people though. Next year, okay, good. No, I didn't, but I went out and watched them throw that 120-pound telephone pole, yeah, because it's 20 feet long, and it was really interesting to watch the hammers and everything else that they do. So that was a great event. A lot of people up there. One of my neighbor's kids was doing the dancing up there and stuff, so it was a lot of fun. And then also, it's, we had a big thing, we announced that land agreement that Supervisor Parks probably knows about too. Everybody knows about it, Santa Susana Field Lab, and the SB 990 that was done, the agreement between the governor and Boeing, which will turn that 2,400 acres into some parkland. It's interesting that that's come through, and it's worked out, I think, well for the community. I think in the long run, as we're going to see a little bit of an adjustment in that bill, because of the cleanup standards, I think will be adjusted a little bit, but it will work out for the community. We'll see that work, and it's going to be 2,400 acres out in our district, and I'm sure Supervisor Parks has some other comments on it too, but it's just great to see that come about. So thank you. That's my comments.
Thank you. And Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you, and good morning. I have a list to submit to adjourn in memory of folks in my district. I'd like to do that. And I'd like to just briefly comment on the regional workshop that we attended in Santa Barbara, sponsored by the Department of Correction and Rehabilitation Agency, and this was to look at the program needs of our parolee population and reentry facilities and have that discussion. We had an excellent contingent from our county present, and workshops that focused on what the state is going to look for in reentry facilities, what the needs are, how the local community can participate if we wish to. And there were, I think, probably more questions asked than answered, and the department acknowledged that and said that they're continuing to do work on what they would see as guidelines for what a reentry facility should offer in the way of square footage and services and et cetera. So we asked lots of questions. I think one of the things that we'll be working with the sheriff, and I expect we'll be back to the board on, is whether to move forward with a agreement to have the opportunity via board resolution for a reentry facility if we choose to go that route. And some of the questions that were raised that I know we will be getting information on in order to help the board answer that question is they talk about a 70% recidivism rate and would like to know, that's for the overall system, we'd like to know what is it in our community for the folks who are entered into that system and return to the community. And then what are the stats for the mentally ill for our county and the definition for treatment purposes that the state will be looking at for if we decide to go into enhancing our services for the mentally ill as one of the models to participate with the state on reentry goals. And the other one is the beds for a mental health facility or reentry facility, again to identify how many of what the need is and to be certain that those beds are for our parolees and our needs. So they have developed some software technology that really can get you those definitive numbers and give us a real picture of where the current clientele would be coming back to, what communities, and then identify, what's the best solution for our region. And as has been said early on, they're coming back here anyway. So we need to now see, and I think philosophically we can all say that this is a better way to approach how to really make a difference in the lives of these folks, in the sense of looking at programming that they can be offered and help them when they re-enter the community, so that they don't continue on this cycle of going back in and out of the state system. So I think there is opportunity, but again, lots of questions that we all want answered before we move forward into deciding what other additional commitments will we make with our state partner. And no answers as to money, no answers yet as to, agreements and maintenance of efforts and all of that, but they're working on it. And so I think we're doing the right thing. We're engaged. They know we're there. There was excellent representation from the leadership at the state, so they know we were there. They were quite impressed that Supervisor Flynn and myself and the public defender and the probation, our chief probation officer and the sheriff, so the leadership were present. They commented on that. The request for proposals for the construction or expansion of county jails is in draft form, and it is proposed to be issued in December, with proposals being due March 18th. This comes out of the work of the Executive Steering Committee, as you know, that I've been participating on. So that item is continuing to move forward. I wanted to give you that brief, and I don't know if the sheriff wanted to add anything to that at this time, but I know we're doing some work to see what else should come to the board and what the timing is on that. Anything else? Sheriff Brooks?
Thank you, Supervisor Long, and I agree with all the comments that were made. After the official sessions, when we had dialogue with people from Santa Barbara is their showpiece reentry concept. They're the first ones to really generate the activity. They actually have an open facility at this point. They're still wrestling with issues such as staffing, are state correctional officer personnel going to staff the facility or not. That's a deal breaker for Santa Barbara. They're not coming to an agreement on that. The land apparently is, by their concept, if county land is given and a facility is built on it, the land reverts to the state for the length of the bond, which is 20 years. That's another problematic area. And probably the most concerning area is that in Santa Barbara, they really only have 4 people that are there for reentry. The rest of them are all parolees who have violated. So it becomes a mini prison more than a treatment facility. And that's because all of this is in flux. So I agree that it's probably worth negotiating and talking, but we really need some hard answers to a lot of those questions before we come to a formal agreement.
Madam Chair, if I can just make a comment. Is that okay?
Yeah, I've got something else to add, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. I really support the concept. How could one not support the concept of rehabilitating people who have been in prison and on parole and so forth? But I also at the same time think of what happened with 36, the early days of 36, and we all thought that that was going to be a great answer, and it was not a great answer. It's a difficult job to rehabilitate people, even though we all believe in it. Believe in it sincerely. It's one of our beliefs that we hold and values that we hold. But the programs that we finally get into really have to be looked at carefully with a commitment to do that very thing. My feeling about it is so many people who are in that predicament need almost one-on-one assistance to get out of that predicament. And how we're going to get there, I don't know, but it is going to, I did use the word expression to the people giving the presentation of Ventura County as we sat down, I think downstairs, that I support the concept, but we really have to be practical too. And being practical in this case is going to mean some money coming in to do these things.
Right.
Sufficient amount of money to do these things.
I think that's very insightful, and even the officials from the state were talking in percentages, 10%, 20%. If we can affect a small part of the population, it's still worth doing the program. But no one's under the illusion that you're going to reduce recidivism to 0 or anything in a minority.
Thank you. And Supervisor Long, did you want to complete
just
your
want to thank you, Sheriff.
comments?
I appreciate you being here. I know we work in front of us, so appreciate it. And one last comment I'd like to make also to thank Supervisor Bennett for his leadership on the mobile home park issue. We got it all the way to the governor. You got it all the way to the governor's desk, and with I know a great coalition of folks throughout the state who very concerned about this, and I think when they talk about what lies ahead, not just for our affordable housing stock, but for people who are on very limited incomes, it's a dark day. It's a dark day, and it's unfortunate that the governor took the position he did, and I just thank you for your leadership on it.
Okay, did you want to close in honor? Okay, thank you. You do realize how we can have an impact with legislation, and as Supervisor Bennett took a very leading role in that one that failed. We also, as a board, did support the SB 990, as Supervisor Foy mentioned, and it was surprisingly signed into law with even a greater surprise, and this was requiring a cleanup standards at the Boeing Santa Susana Field Lab to meet EPA guidelines. There has been a continuous fight as to what level of cleanup should be at the site. EPA guidelines say it's okay to actually have residential housing there. It has been cleaned up so well. The guidelines that the Department of Energy wanted were ones that allowed for you to picnic there for a few hours, but no longer. So it is really important to what extent it is cleaned up to, and I am glad to see that there has been an initial agreement to clean it up to EPA standards and then turn it over to the state. That would probably be maybe the MRCA or state parks. But it is important, and excuse me, and I actually did write an opinion piece on it, just how important it is that if the state's going to take it on, that we make sure that we have that land all cleaned up. And it is some extensive contamination, and that's something that our board has played a role in trying to make sure that that doesn't impact health of people in that area. So I'll be looking at that one closely. Also, in the last week, I was able to attend a couple very neat events. One just yesterday with Maple Elementary in Newberry Park, which for the second time have done a fundraising effort for Make-A-Wish. And it is, this time they actually raised twice as much as they had anticipated, $11,000. So instead of just granting one child's wish, they're able to grant two, and then the child comes to the school, and that's where I was yesterday to witness this 5-year-old being able to receive the gift of going to Disney World. But what a neat thing, not only for the family, but for the children who raised the money to see it helping out another child. So it's a wonderful fundraising event. I think it teaches the children some wonderful values in our society. And, oftentimes they'll just do fundraisers for their own school, but to actually do it for others, it was very nice to be there for. I also was able to attend the Western Foundation of Vertebrate Society Foundation Zoology. This is at Science Research Center in Camarillo, and it is one of the best in the world, if certainly in the nation, for their collection of bird species and eggs and all that. So looking at penguins, this big, and condors and eagles, and you just realize why the bald eagle is our country's bird. What a stately bird that is. But at any rate, that was very neat. They only open it up once a year for the public, so it's nice to be able to attend that. And then finally, there was also the meeting of the joint cities on the East County. This is something also that our Board of Supervisors allocated funds for our county staff to try to put together the East County cities to see if they are willing to strengthen the Tierra Rajada Greenbelt Agreement. This is something that our general plan actually says that we should be looking at trying to make them into ordinances. So it really was a historic meeting. It was the first time in anyone's memory that all 3 city councils came together. We did it over at the Reagan Library, and there was some really good dialogue about what the East County cities would like to see better protected in the Tierra Rajada Valley. How we go about doing that is going to be the next step, but it was good to see them all together. And there is definitely a desire to both crack down on some of the code violations that are out there, on the paintball place and things like that, but also to see what we can do to assure that it stays a buffer between the 3 cities out there and doesn't just become this kind of additional rural sprawl kind of thing that's happening out there. So I look forward to seeing the fruit of that too. With that, those are my comments, and I'd ask that the board close in memory of the people on the list I'll be submitting, and then we'll go to our regular agenda item, and this is item 22, and our agricultural commissioner, Mr. McPhail.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, I'm here to ask for ratification of a second amendment to an original contract. As you well know, we had a major freeze in January, and the state's Citrus Advisory Committee requested that we continue cutting fruit through May, June, July, and August, and so we have done that to keep bad fruit off the market. So we're asking for your ratification of another $15,964.48 to cover our costs for those inspections.
Are there any we have a recommendation of approval and a second from
My comment was,
Supervisor Flynn?
you got it right down to the 48 cents. That's pretty good.
We try to get every penny we can, Supervisor Foy.
At the price of an apple, huh?
May I make
Or
a
lemon.
quick comment, Madam Chair?
Yes.
We got word yesterday from the state when they compile all of the state crop reports for 2006. For the first time ever, Ventura County ranks 8th in the state in total agricultural production. And when you think about the fact that we have just a little over 96,000 irrigated acres, that's a tremendous accomplishment to be number 8 in the state. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Could I?
Thank you.
Well,
Last year we were number 11. The highest we've ever been is number 10. So this is, it says a lot about, obviously, the type of crops that we grow are very high cash value crops. But when you're in the top 8, you're up there with the elite in California. So just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
and I have a question for you about item 22. I note in the second part of the recommendation, you need the waiver because they cap the payments for overhead costs at 25%, and the department's overhead is 62%. It seems. Can you tell me why our overhead is so much higher?
Mainly because of the weighted salaries. Higher than the 25%.
Yeah, right.
It's all the costs that the A87 costs that we have to throw in there. Everything we have to pay for the county council and all that sort of thing. So all of that's counted into our overhead. Our overhead's not any higher than any other department's overhead.
Okay, so you think our overhead is normal and the state is?
Oh, the state's unrealistic. Their overhead is much higher than 25%. In fact, the last I heard, their overhead was around 75%. But the Department of Finance only allows 25% overhead for counties, which not only the Ag Commissioners Association, but I know CSAC and others have been working for years with the state to get them to pay for the actual overhead cost.
I mean, 62% on the surface sounds like high overhead cost for any department. I guess that's a whole different. I'll just have to look into for the whole issue of operating costs. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Flynn?
Yeah, I missed, I'm sorry, but I missed a little section of your presentation. What rank are we now?
8th.
8th, that's amazing. We're ahead of what counties in the Central Valley?
We're ahead of
San Joaquin, I know.
San Joaquin, Merced, Stanislaus.
That's amazing.
Madera, Kings. We're ahead of at least half of them.
Yeah, that's amazing. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And two more. Supervisor Long?
Actually, just one comment to Supervisor Bennett that there is great interest at CSAC on this cost of doing business, and there's a task force that's specific more to our HSA operations and programs, but it is looking at that cost of doing business, or that the percentage of allocation issue. So there's issues with it.
And I know one of our number one crops that help us make us 8th are the strawberries, and there has been a recent discussion at the federal level to allow for a substitute to methyl bromide, methyl iodide. So maybe in the future you can give us a report about the issues and whether the county may want to take a position one way or the other on that.
I would be more than glad to do that. I understand that November 20th, I will be giving a presentation on ag here in Ventura County, and I think that's what it's scheduled for November 20th, and I'll be more than happy to include that in my presentation because we have some very serious concerns also.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we did have a motion on this and a second, and I don't see any objections, so that does pass. Thank you. I will move to the Fire Protection District, item 23. And we have Chief Roper.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, Bob Roper, Fire Chief of the Fire Protection District. I'm here today to ask your board to amend the facility fee ordinance that we currently have in place. Let me give you an overview of what the program is. The program actually started in 1983. This is a program whereby developers pay a fee for one-time expenses associated with new growth. This is under the provisions of the Health and Safety Code, Section 13950. It pays for fire stations, equipment, and fire apparatus or fire engines as one time. What we see is we use this program to support the one-time expense, and we use the property tax, ad valorem tax dollars as a means to pay for the additional staffing as we expand. These funds are totally associated with only new growth and not to use just to remodel a station, just to remodel it. Currently, this program is different than the rates and fees that's annually done, is because your board has to approve the findings that are part of the ordinance. Within the findings that I'll discuss here in a minute, one is identifying the service area connected with the ordinance, the area what that means the area that's impacted by the new growth or potential new growth, and then there's a listing of the basic components, which is the fire station size, the number of people per household, the number of people that can be served by one fire station, and then the cost per fire station. And then through this process, your board hears my presentation. We'll make a motion, if so, to adopt the ordinance. Then there's a public hearing that goes into place. Once your board adopts the public hearing and the process here is done, then I go to the 6 cities that the fire district represent, and I ask the 6 cities to adopt their own resolution, which is basically the same provisions of the ordinance. We implement this by when somebody comes in to create a new dwelling unit or new commercial property or add commercial property in the county. At the time they pay their permit fees, they also pay the facility fee. This fee is then retained in a trust account held in our treasury, and what we do is review it annually. We also have to have a capital improvement plan to show what we need to do for the potential growth. And then as we review it, what we do is every 5 years is if the development is not going to occur, if we have an area identified for potential growth and that does not happen, and we've been collecting money, is that we can refund the money back to the people who paid into the fee if the development is not going to happen. Okay? This has not happened over my tenure because we've had ongoing development, but I'll get into a little bit more of that here in a minute. The change today, let me start with, is going to be the service area. And currently, the service area of the county goes down to Malibu, it come up through the middle of Camarillo, and then it goes through the 118 corridor out through Simi Valley. What I'm proposing to do, based upon the impact of the growth of the new town of Santa Clarita, or what we don't know the name of that development, is that there's projections that we could have new growth impacting the Santa Clara Valley.
This is Newhall Ranch?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So what I propose to do is to enlarge the service area to take in the potential growth that would happen in that area. The other thing, component of this, is the cost of construction. And this is the handout that I gave you a copy of, the cost of our fire stations have drastically changed. We had a basic spike where the line is basically in 2000 and 2001, where the housing market, construction materials, everything started skyrocketing. What we've done is we've made some comparisons with LA County Fire, Los Angeles City Fire, Orange County Fire, because our neighbors to the north haven't been building anything, and the market trend is for the construction costs to really skyrocket as projected. We've worked with the Public Works here in the county, and they've accessed the Engineering News Record, which is a trade publication for Public Works, and nationally, construction costs have increased 160% over the last 7 years. So what we're seeing is a real spike within Ventura County or Southern California. Construction cost has gone up even higher. In our process, if your board approves this, what we will be doing is annually reviewing the facility fee ordinance. This process is, like I said, is different from the rates and fees, and so if we see that we can lower the rate increase, or if we need to change it up, we will be doing this annually. We should have been doing this, we've done an annual review, we just have not come back to your board to ask for the increase, and that I'm at fault of. What we will do is put steps into place to make sure that does not happen into the future. Like I say, that the impact here, which is the real difference, is the cost of construction, which is related in the formula, the size of the fire stations, and in the size of the fire stations, they've increased because of some of the legal requirements that we have to do, from ADA bathrooms now at the front of every fire station that we didn't have to do, to having mixed gender stations, and to have some of our lots that we've gotten now are so small we have to go to the second story, and that adds about 15% into the cost for circulation areas with the second story. So what we would look at doing is looking at the impact of the Santa Clara Valley. If the development happens, fine, then the facility fee ordinance works. If the development doesn't happen, as people come in and pay their fees, we keep a data report of everybody who paid the fee, how much, and their address. And per the ordinance, we will refund that money on an annual basis once this ordinance is put into place every 5 years there. With that, I'd like to just close asking under the recommendations for your board to approve items number 1 and 2, and then under item 3 would be a public hearing to commence on August 23rd at 10 a.m. I'm available if you have any questions.
Supervisor Bennett, you have a question?
When I first read the report, I saw the long gap between when the last time we did that, so I'm really happy to hear in your comments that you're going to make sure that we do this annually, because I think our board policy has been, we don't want the big increases, we want to have them come annually. So I'm glad you have that put into place. Thank you.
I thought it was interesting that it was the cities that requested the review of facility fees. I don't know what brought that on, but as Supervisor Bennett said, I too am glad to see that we'll do it annually instead of wait every 15 years or something. The question that I have is your service area that you identified. Is that the area of the fire district, or is that a lesser area?
That is a subsection of the fire district.
So my question is, why not just do the full district?
Per the county council may be able to help me out, but per the health and safety code under the ordinance, you have to show an area that is impacted or projected to be impacted by growth. Currently, under all the guidelines, the information that we have from planning, RMA planning, and so forth, we do not show major developments of the unincorporated areas of the west end of Ventura County. And so per the ordinance, that's why that is not shown here.
And yet you look at the projection of Newhall Ranch development that's outside of our county, how that may impact growth along that northern east edge of the county. But the way I think of Newhall Ranch development is how it might impact the Fillmore area, that whole route area. So I would think that it would go further west and north than just going the north and east.
And all I can tell you is just from what we were looking for available land, we went to the area of Satakoy up to the Ventura city limits, and so we just didn't move it any further.
And then also, I mean, looking at some of the things going on, Fillmore and Santa Paula, and, you know, that there actually are some growth proposals out there. Our fire department serves that area, is that correct?
Well, we do not service the incorporated areas of Santa Paula or Fillmore. There are proposals around Santa Paula under their sphere of influence that are proposed. Whether or not they go forward, we don't know, and whether or not they'll go into, be annexed into the city, we don't know at this time.
Okay, it just seemed to me it is prudent to widen that over in that area. This is something that we can change if that, you know, if all of a sudden a couple thousand houses are going in and out there, because even if they're within the city, obviously the surrounding area becomes, you know, a more heightened attention in case there's a fire there. You now have to protect another couple thousand houses potentially.
Correct. And that's what I think is the beauty of the program is as we collect the fees and we keep track of where the fees came from, if the development does not happen, we refund that money, okay? Because, like I say, this is only a projection based on the best estimates because it takes the accumulated dollar amount over a period of time to be able to meet the needs of the additional facilities.
And if we do see that there is a need to put those fees, those higher fees in the other sections that they're not in now, how easy is that to come back and revise the map for which it pertains to? Is that something we can do?
Yes. If, let's just say there was a major development in Oakview, unincorporated area, what I can do is come back through the same process and amend the map and give you the justification for what the projected growth impact would be, and it would follow the same procedure.
And that would then affect the development fees on that project?
Yes.
And we can do that after the project's been submitted? I imagine there's probably some timetables involved.
Obviously, the fee would have to be in place before the project is approved, and so there would have to be some sense of anticipation by the Fire Protection District. And I might add, with respect to the current boundaries, your board is being asked to make a finding in paragraph 3 of the resolution regarding population projections for the area that the fire district proposes. And so your question may actually be directed to what the population projections are for the areas that are not within the service boundary proposed today.
Yeah, I would be interested in that, but I think this is definitely a good beginning. Are there any other questions from the board? Supervisor Ford?
Chief Roper, do you currently have a balance in your treasury fund from the fees you were collecting before?
Yes, we do.
You do?
Currently, there's about $4.5 million within the facility fee trust account.
Right. So there's enough in there almost to build another station. You said they're like $5 million or something.
Yeah, in our budget, we have proposed we'll be returning back to your board for the new station in Simi Valley as soon as we work with Public Works. We've already retained the architect, and as soon as we're getting ready to encumber that money, we'll be encumbering a portion of that fund.
Okay. And then when do you collect these fees? Is this when entitlements are done on a project? Is that what you do?
The fees are collected at the time that the permit is issued.
The permit,
yes.
not the entitlements for the lots, but the permit to build the home.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess at that point you said you'd return them, but most likely if they're building the home, if the money comes from the permit, so really you wouldn't return it because the development would happen, right? I mean, what I'm saying is if development's been done, they've got all the entitlements to build these homes, they go and apply for a permit, then they're going to build the home or whatever the project is going to be. So I guess returning it, the development's happened, you're probably not going to return money because you're not collecting it unless they're going to build something. Unless somebody gets into a situation, maybe now they've applied for a permit and the economy's turned and they're maybe not going to build that home right now. Is that?
Well, if I can try to answer your question. If I come in with it to build a new house and I pay the facility fee, and then in a period of 5 years, well, I'll just use the Santa Clara Valley. There is no development out there, no impact to the fire district on there. At that point in time, I can return the money back to to the person who paid the permit fee. the
Okay, so
facility
you're
fee.
saying that one home doesn't have enough impact for me to have to build another station or something?
Correct, and that's why in the formula it takes in there's a percentage put in there as far as what is the impact of one dwelling unit to a fire station.
So what happens if there is a development of 100 homes by some developer or something, and they do it, and we realize, okay, there's still not enough impact to do it? Are we going to return the money to the developer, or are they going to return it to the homeowner?
We return it to the person who paid the fee.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
We do have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Thanks for all the clarification.
Title of the ordinance.
Yes.
An ordinance of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors amending provisions of the Ventura County Ordinance Code pertaining to fire protection facility fees.
Thank you. And we did have a motion and a second, and no objection to that motion, so it passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief Roper. Our next item on the agenda is with our healthcare agency, our behavioral health department. Good morning, Ms. Roy.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson. This is Melanie Roy on behalf of the Behavioral Health Department. It's actually my pleasure today to present item 24 because it represents some of the remarkable things we can do with Mental Health Services Act dollars. Item 24 requests your approval for the Behavioral Health Department to execute a participation agreement with Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation in the amount of $1 million for the provision of 10 units of permanent housing for adults and seniors with severe mental illness. This housing will be located at the River Park Community, Paseo, Santa Clara Development, and will be available for 15 years or until the rental subsidy funds are depleted. This project certainly supports Ventura County's 10-year plan to end homelessness, and I think speaks to the spirit of not just managing homelessness, but ending it. And so it's my pleasure to present this for your approval.
And those would be permanent affordable housing.
That's correct.
Yes,
I just
Supervisor.
put forward a motion to support this. It's an excellent program, and as always, with good partners in the community. That's how we're able to accomplish these things. So thank you for bringing it forward and for Cabrillo's involvement with us.
Yes, Supervisor Flynn?
I support this program, but I do have a question. Have you talked with the city of Oxnard about this?
Yes.
You have. Can you come up?
Yeah, I can ask.
Put it
Carolyn
on the
Briggs
record.
was the person from the department who did most of the work on this project, so she can come down and answer specific questions.
The city of Oxnard is having somewhat of a concern about receiving so many different social halfway houses, let's say, and programs like that, more than any other city. Of course, Oxnard has more issues than any other city. But can you put on the record you did talk to the city of Oxnard and they're aware of this program?
Yes, my name is Carolyn Briggs. I'm the housing director of the Behavioral Health Department, and yes, we've been, the developer has been working with the city of Oxnard, and it's not a part of your packet, but I do have a letter of support from the city of Oxnard on this project.
May I have a copy when you get
I certainly will get that to you.
Second the motion.
Great, we do have a motion and a second. I see no objections. That does pass. And as we see, the state just recently cut back a lot of money for outreach to homeless, mentally ill. So it's nice to have something out there, and more the merrier. Better off we'll be. Thank you. With our next item, then we have our 9:30 time certain. But let's. You know what, we have, let's go ahead and do the healthcare agency. That's going to be a quick one, and our staff can go, and then we'll get into our 9:30. This one is our healthcare agency. This is item 25 and the Ventura County Medical Center.
Good morning, Chair Parks.
Yes.
Thank you for the consideration, and good morning, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. The item before you this morning is a request to approve 3 contracts with 3 of our inpatient psychiatrists, as well as a contract with a physician's assistant who works in our orthopedic department. The psychiatrist contracts represent a 9% pay raise, rate increase, to try and help us keep up with the market. The agreement with the physician's assistant actually results in a $20,000 savings to the department. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I do have one question. I don't know if any other board members do, but last week we heard from one client, and I've heard from others about the frustration of not having consistent care from one physician, one psychiatrist. And I'm wondering if this approval today will help to stem the several psychiatrists that one patient may end up having to encounter.
Certainly, these contracts with our sort of core stable of inpatient psychiatrists do help prevent us from using locums physicians in the inpatient unit. Although generally, even when we have locums physicians, they're there for an extended period of time. So generally, the patients that are seen in the inpatient unit will be treated by one physician. It's rare that they get handed off from physician to physician.
Okay, and I have heard of it before, but it is certainly not a policy that we have. It is our desire to see that one same consistent psychiatrist per patient.
Absolutely. Sometimes the patients do feel disconcerted when they have one physician on the inpatient unit that they may bond with and may feel a connection to, and then when they're discharged and have to connect with an outpatient physician, that does sometimes cause some stress for them. But absolutely, it's our policy to keep patients with their primary physician.
And the inpatient is a short period of time, is it not?
Usually.
Okay, thank you very much for bringing this forward. Do we have a motion?
Move to recommend
Thank you. Motion and a second. See no objection, that passes. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to our 9:30 time certain. This is regarding domestic violence and a presentation by Supervisor Long.
Good morning. Please step forward. We have Nicole Gonzalez of Interface, Catherine Dugan, of course, who we all know from our District Attorney Crime Victims Assistance Program, Abby Hansen from the Coalition to End Family Violence. These entities are part of the Ventura County Partnership for Safe Families and Communities, which is really always has been the driving force behind this effort, and it is through collaboration that we're able to put our arms around the domestic violence issues in our county, and how important it is to recognize in October that this is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and the intention is really to bring heightened awareness to issues that impact our neighbors, our families, our community, and regarding domestic violence. It is the leading cause of injury and death to American women. It is the international and patterned use of physical, emotional, sexual, psychological, and economic abuse. It crosses all boundaries of the community. Nearly 6% of California women suffer physical injuries from domestic violence, which, as you know, then has an impact on our healthcare system in our community and on children. Law enforcement in our county receives more than 7,000 domestic violence-related calls each year. And as I said, it does not discriminate. It crosses all lines of race, culture, nationality, gender. And with the Partnership for Safe Families and Communities, the Designated Child Abuse Prevention Council, Interface Children Family Services, our District Attorney's Ellie Liston Crime Victims Assistance Program, and the Coalition to End Family Violence, all of them work and are committed to providing advocacy and strengthening services for victims of domestic violence. So it is through this designation in October that the board is able to join with the partnership, and we couldn't do it without them, without the good advocates and the good people on the ground who are doing this excellent work, to urge all of our citizens to join with us in this important observance, reaffirming a commitment to see that victims of domestic violence receive both our respect, our understanding, our support, and that we are able to wrap our arms around this serious issue in our county and throughout our nation. So it's my pleasure to present this on behalf of the board, to bring it down and invite you to please speak to the activities going on this month, the work of the partnership, and all the good work we do. And I'll step down to present this.
Good morning, and thank you, members of the board. The Domestic Violence Prevention Committee of the Partnership for Safe Families and Communities, the Designated Child Abuse Prevention Council, would like to thank Supervisor Long for her dedication and support to the matter of domestic violence prevention. Over the past year, the committee, which is made up of individuals from Interface Children Family Services, the District Attorney's Ellie Liston Crime Victims Assistance Program, the Fleet and Family Support Center of the Ventura County Naval Base, and the Coalition to End Family Violence, and several other dedicated individuals have dedicated themselves to serving the community by taking on a number of tasks. This began with the planning of the 2007 Abuse Across the Lifespan Conference. The focus of this year's conference is family violence prevention in our communities, a multidisciplinary approach. The conference strives to meet the needs of all disciplines involved in preventing family violence across the lifespan and will provide an opportunity for service providers to identify and strengthen collaborations across disciplines. The conference will be held Thursday, October 25th at the Courtyard Marriott in Oxnard. The committee has also created and distributed domestic violence safety cards. The cards list resource information for local domestic violence services, as well as a safety plan, which provides a few suggestions for increasing a person's safety when living with violence. The cards are double-sided in both English and Spanish and are distributed at various locations throughout the community during the month of October. In addition, the Domestic Violence Prevention Committee will once again co-sponsor the annual Líderes Campesinas Candlelight March and Vigil on Friday, October 26th from 6 to 8 p.m. This event is intended to bring awareness to the problem of domestic violence in the community. Participants will pay remembrance to those who have lost their lives due to domestic violence and will unite survivors and community members to take a stand for their right to live free without violence. This year's vigil will begin at Cristo Rey Parish at 535 Cooper Road and will end at Our Lady Guadalupe Church in Oxnard. For more information about any of these events, please contact the partnership at 677-5403. It's through dedication and collaboration that the Domestic Violence Committee continues to explore new ways and opportunities to bring awareness to the community and support to the community. We thank the board of supervisors for providing us support and recognition for our efforts. Thank you.
I would only add that I want to thank Supervisor Long for her remarks and for this board for your continued support. The more that we talk about this problem publicly, the more we reinforce the idea that violence, even when it occurs within an intimate partner relationship, is not a personal, private matter. It is a crime for which evidence needs to be gathered and charges need to be filed. And we are very pleased that so many agencies in this county have really linked arms and responded to this problem in such a collaborative fashion. And I thank this board for your support, and we look forward to your continued support as we continue to work on this problem and hopefully reduce it in our county. It is a growing health and public safety problem. Thank you.
Good morning, and I would also like to thank you so much for your support of our various services and our programs. I'd also like to point out that we are all wearing purple ribbons today to remember those women, children, and men that we have lost from domestic violence, and also to celebrate the wonderful strides that we have made in the provision of services and in innovative prevention programs. So thank you again.
Just want to thank you so much for the hard work that you do. Thank you. Our next item is another 9:30 time certain. This is a resolution honoring the Humane Society, and this is one that Supervisor Bennett will be doing.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have in attendance today Don Buffon of the Board of Directors of the Humane Society, Dee Harper, Vice President and Treasurer, and Amy French. And Don, I hope I pronounced your name right there. As I was not quite, all right? Buffon? Buffon, all right, there we go. Thank you. I'd like to just very briefly read this dedication. It's 75 years that the Humane Society has been here. It was incorporated in 1932. Humane Society is dedicated to promoting the health, safety, and welfare, as well as the compassionate care and protection from abuse of all animals through education and outreach. The Humane Society is dedicated to providing shelter and care to needy animals throughout Ventura County. They promote and provide pet adoption services for animals in need of a loving, caring home. They provide low-cost spay and neuter services to animals throughout Ventura County. They provide protection to animals from abuse. The Humane Society of Ventura County provides humane education programs for students throughout Ventura County and relies on the time and services of countless volunteers to accomplish its mission of caring for animals. They do all of this without any assistance from government funding, and it is a real pleasure today to present you with this Ventura County Board of Supervisors resolution honoring the Humane Society for 75 years. And just on a personal note, I would just offer it's many times a year that I come into contact with the work of the Humane Society through people in my neighborhood and ourselves in terms of pets that have been, the Humane Society up in the Ojai Valleys is certainly very active. But the things that you do are growing in value to people in this society, and you are doing a great job of increasing everybody's awareness and knowledge of the problem. So I'd like to come down and present this to you and ask you if you have some comments you'd like to make to the board today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to thank the board on behalf of the Humane Society of Ventura County for recognizing not only our 75 years of working to protect and care and provide for needy animals in the county, but for our ongoing efforts that we continue in this endeavor. Even though we receive no governmental financial support from your agency or anybody else's agency, we hope that we will always be able to count on you for moral support in our endeavors. And we hope that we might be able to see some of you, all of you, at our Cats in the Canyon and our Hounds in the Hollow at the Old Creek Ranch Winery in Oakview. It's this Sunday, October 21st from 2 to 5. It's a fundraiser and a celebration of the organization's efforts to provide the care, protection, and all the services that we provide for them. So thank you very much. Did you want to? This is Amy French, our humane educator, who provides instruction to schools, libraries, daycare centers, anybody who wants it to understand the proper care and treatment of animals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you have a request in for like Extreme Makeover, is that right? It's the program to come and...
There is a program, and I'm not very familiar with it yet because it just came to my attention, but there's apparently some program where if you call in enough online votes, it's sort of like American Idol for shelters, and if you call in enough or do enough votes, somebody will provide your animal shelter with a extreme home makeover or shelter makeover, one of those two things. So, we'll get that information to you if we can.
That's great. I'd be glad to write a letter in support or make the phone call, but wish you luck on that one too.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Amy French. I'm the humane educator for the Humane Society, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this honor. The website is zootoo.com. ZOOTOO.com. So just log on there. Very easy to follow, and we thank you for your support.
Sure, good luck.
Before I hand this out, I did want to point one other thing out. I think we oftentimes up here, as we're trying to stretch dollars, recognize that prevention is a much better investment for us. And I think I really appreciate the low-cost spay and neuter. As we're working at our Animal Break Society, et cetera, people still bringing in kittens, people still bringing in puppies. It's something we really have to get a hand on, and you guys are playing a big role in that, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we get your picture here?
Sure.
There we go. Amy, let me get rid of this. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your good work. Congratulations on 75 years.
Next item that we are going to go to now is a policy item, item 26, I believe. And this is a recommendation from both Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Long, so I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to see that we have Joe Martinez here, who talked with us about an intriguing proposal last week and we said we wanted to see what we could do with that. Supervisor Long and I are both carrying this. Supervisor Long has been working very actively on the 10-year plan to end homelessness here in Ventura County. And we've also, the board has taken a strong position in terms of trying to increase the amount of housing for emancipated youth. And the proposal of $150,000 essentially would assure 3 units is very intriguing. And just a couple of points that I would just like to make. I think the letter is fairly self-explanatory, but this is a letter to say if we can work the details out. We are not pretending to try to work the details out from up here at the dais. And I just want to be clear about, in terms of those details, the issues that are, how much assurance do we have that the units will be there and be there in the long run? What's the rent that would be charged for these units? Those are probably the 2 big things. Now, I know what I like about this proposal is that it gives us more flexibility, whereas when we did our other proposal with the WAVE project, because the funding was coming from essentially the service area, and the city of Ventura was outside the service area, we had to put in a number of restrictions about making sure these were people that came from the outside. Because we're not necessarily using that restricted funding, we can have more flexibility. In my mind, the important question would be, can we be assured that it will be youth as they exit from our foster care program and they're most at need, that those youth, we can make sure that they get in there, whether they live in the city of Ventura or whether they live outside of the city of Ventura. So anyway, that's what I'll be looking for in terms of the details, but it doesn't have to be somebody from the service area, which gives us more flexibility. So Supervisor Long?
Yes, certainly my interest in this is looking at the significant opportunity for great leverage of one-time funds, and also the 10-year plan on homelessness and the piece that this would contribute to that. We as at the county have to realize that, and I know we do, the implementing strategies, of which there are 22 on that 10-year plan, that we have to move ahead on them. It's not just a plan that sits on the shelf to collect dust. And if this is a small piece of that, but a significant piece of it, I think it's worth us taking a good look at and evaluating to see if it can give us those assurances, and if it can be a part of that contribution to reaching those strategies. The auditor controller just mentioned that certainly one of the report back items would be to include their review and a clear designation of where the funds may be coming from, and whatever legal process needs to take place with their review, which I'm sure we would do in that complete review. So that's my comments on it.
Great, thank you. Just as we pull this together for a motion and any questions by the other board members, we will not find another opportunity where we can buy 3 emancipated youth housing spots for $50,000 each, for $150,000. It just will not come along again. Imagine if we were trying to build 3 on our own. It's just untouchable. That's what makes us so intriguing and of a possibility. And also because that is such a great value, 3 units for $50,000, I'm open to a wide range of potential funding sources. Would like to have the CEO come back with some recommendations of what are some various options, and of the various options, which ones does the CEO recommend. Final thing I'd point out is I know there is some sensitivity in terms of time, and so if our CEO's office will please be aware of that as they're working with People Self-Help in terms of moving forward. And if the auditor, again in recognition of how much value we get, 3 units for $50,000, if you'll pass on our interest in trying to make sure we appropriately review, but as timely as possible review, so we stay on track with the timelines that People Self-Help has with this. So,
we have a couple cards. Jill Martinez, followed by Linda Braunschweiger.
Chairwoman Parks and Supervisors, I'm Jill Martinez. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and thank you so much for your interest and commitment in this project. I am representing People Self-Help Housing today for the 44-unit development downtown in Ventura, and the City of Ventura was able to allow us $500,000 in their commitment to the project, and your $150,000 would help us with our other applications to make sure, because regional and statewide funders want to see that the local community wants the project. They don't want to force a project on a local community. So the $150,000, we thought it was minimal, and you would get a great bang for your buck. We have had a tremendous relationship with your staff here, and other documents that we've written would certainly adhere to what your concerns are. We would make sure a minimum of 55 years, those units would be committed to emancipated youth, and all of those requirements would be put in either loan or grant documents, however you would like them. So we definitely want to make sure that we have that partnership with you, and you certainly know we have stellar supportive services programs, and we will work with those emancipated youth as they move from that transition from foster care into employment and taking control of their own lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Supervisor Foy, you have a question?
Yeah, I appreciate your comments and everybody else's. I got a couple concerns on this. First of all, is City of Ventura guaranteed to fund you?
Yes.
Or is it
yes,
I mean, that's been voted a guaranteed
yes,
fund?
Yes,
they have the
7-0
money?
vote, yeah.
They have
yes.
the money to do that, okay.
Yeah.
The 55 years that you're guaranteeing these, supposedly, at what price or percentage of rent? Do we know that? I know Supervisor had some questions in regards to that. I'm wondering why all that isn't here in advance so we would know. See, I hate moving down the line saying that we're committed, we're going to make a commitment to something, we don't know all the answers, because when we give $150,000, $150,000 is coming out of someplace else.
Yes.
That could be used for something, and we're not guaranteed what percentage. I mean, if we're going to say it's 5% off the normal rent, 10%, well, that's not going to help emancipated youth much at all.
Supervisor Foy, can I take a stab at answering that first? Just so you know, I mean, where we are at this process. I mean, I think it's possible that this doesn't go forward. They can't work the details out. Right. But it didn't seem appropriate for us to have our staff, sit down and start to really grind in on the details like the rent and all of that stuff without board direction first. So the reason this is here like this is to say, go work the details out and bring it back to us for us to decide whether it's a good deal or not. So I just want to let you know that's why we're going to
I understand. I just have a little bit of a hard time. We're saying if we go forward, we're kind of saying, yeah, we want to do this, and then we come back and it's hard for people to say, no, I don't really, because the details aren't really, because we don't know what the details are going to be. I mean, is there some, from my standpoint, like I said, it's $150,000. We want to take care of the youth, and I think that's great.
Yes.
But
I can answer that in general for you,
good.
Supervisor Foy. People's Self-Help Housing has been in existence for 37 years and has worked with 19 jurisdictions in a variety of different funding sources. Very often, one project will have 14 different funding sources, and we're monitored annually by all of these different funding sources. So as far as rents are concerned, I'm not sure, and I think Cindy may be in the audience, but I think that our application, usually when we do an application, we have the rent structures there, and most often they are committed to no more than 1/3 of anybody's income. But I believe the rent structures might be in the previous application that we sent. We usually put all of the budget together, the income and the expenses. So I'm sure, Cindy, it must be in our original application. And also, we've had so many years' experience with the county, so they know that we have this ongoing monitoring process. So.
Well, I guess that's not the monitor. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of if we're going to say that we're going to get 3 units, that's great. Mm-hmm. But on the other side, if I'm an 18-year-old and all of a sudden I have a job making, $10,000 a year, I'm only going to pay $3,000 a year for rent? I mean, when you say maybe 1/3 of my income, is that what it comes down to?
Yes, it's not more than 1/3 of the income. This is
no matter what income I make.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, and we do have another card. Supervisor Flynn?
Yes. This is a good program, I think this would be for 18-year-olds
Yes.
who are leaving the foster home.
care, yeah.
My concern from a policy point of view is, and I know this is, foster homes are more foster homes are needed, I know that, and they're not without difficulties. But on the other hand, it seems to me we ought to have some kind of transition program within the foster home for the people that are approaching 18 years of age, so that we would avoid having to have some facility like this, because they would be trained for transition during, let's say, from 16 to 18 years of age in a particular foster home.
Chair.
So I wonder if we've ever thought about that.
Yes,
Mr.
Chair
Johnson,
Parks.
Mr. CEO.
I do know there is some programs out there. Did you want to respond?
Yeah, Chair Parks to Supervisor Flynn. Yes, that we have been working with Casa Pacifica, particularly on this, and they are really struggling because they did not have a program in place to, when they let somebody out the door, that person, and they referred to a young woman in particular, she was the following week going to walk down that driveway, get on a bus, and that was it. So the county does have transitional services. They can work with youth after they're 18, but very often there's such a disconnect with the foster youth not realizing the services that they need. And so it would be great for the county to be able to have a relationship with an organization such as ours, that there would be a commitment and kind of a safety net for these youth, and make sure that we're in touch with the other kinds of programs there are to work with these youth, so they're just not dropped and they disappear.
We have more foster homes in Oxnard than any other city in the county, and I've talked with many of the foster parents, and many of them have that kind of ability to provide transitional training, so that when an 18-year-old steps outside the door, the 18-year-old is going to be able to make it somehow, and not step into the kind of circumstances you're talking about.
No matter what, though, for an 18-year-old to make much money, to be able to house themselves is always going to be a problem. So it's good that we can find some low-cost housing when we can. Supervisor Long?
Well, and I know we do have an independent living program, an ILP, and we work with Interface, and we stretch very few dollars as far as we can to really prepare some of these youth, but we aren't getting to all of them. And at the end of the day, even with the skills of how to maintain a house budget and how to look for rental places you can afford, we know the challenge in our county is that they're just not available. And if we can do something with a fine organization that is very skilled and has history of providing units that maintain affordability, and getting these units dedicated to emancipated foster youth who are now adults in our community, who, if we cannot assist them, who we've worked with now for probably years through all the other issues related to being a foster care client, and we fail them when they step out the door and then they become homeless, then we're back to square one. So I just see this as an opportunity for an additional investment to help them secure their future as an adult in our community.
Supervisor Bennett? Or
Go ahead.
Foy, then Bennett?
These 3 units, these are single, one-bedroom units?
These are SROs, so they're rooms, each room has a bathroom. They're SROs, single room occupancy.
Okay, but, so it's just a one-bedroom. So it's basically you're taking...
There's no bedroom.
Well, it's, okay, I understand, yeah, I understand what you mean. It's like a studio, yeah, okay. So we're talking about three of these kids would transition, and how long would they stay? How long do they get the opportunity to stay? Because I'm looking at say, because this whole issue is, I think we want to do whatever we can, because I look at $150,000 and I say, okay, I get 3 kids to go in there and they stay there for 6 years until I'm 25 years old maybe, and I marry on and I move or do something. Would we be better off to use $150,000 to pay a few $100s a month rent to help a whole lot more kids? Because we do have the issue, I'm sure Casa Pacific is, I got these 3 now, okay, what's next? I mean, I look at that as what's the best use of the dollars. I know long-term, we're hopefully for 55 years, we got these in place, but I'm trying to balance the number of kids, because I know that's an issue. And I think Supervisor Flynn had said there's a lot of these kids that need to transition out. I know I got some good kids, 18 years old. All of a sudden you hit and you go, boom, you're out. It's a tough deal. What else can we do? And I just look at this as, is that the best use of the money? But I understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
And I did want to share with you, we do have an SRO up in Santa Barbara. We have 28 units there. It started at 30 units. We took out 2 units and renovated and put in a kitchen, and we have cabinets and lockers for each of the residents. We have a community space with television. We do not allow any drugs, definitely no drugs, and no alcohol at all, not even in your room. We have really strict rules. We have curfews. And it would be our hope that whoever lives in a SRO would get to a point where they would want to move on. But they need to know that how to start slowly taking control of their own lives, and they, at a certain point, decide to get married. These are single-room occupancy. So once in a while, we can put a couple in, but if you're a couple with a child, you really need to move on. So we're working with them to move them on in their lives. They become productive members of society, start contributing taxes, and it just multiplies the benefits to the community. And you keep that child from entering into illegal activity and being another cost burden on any jurisdiction, whether it be city or county.
We have one more card. Shall we? Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Our next one is Linda Braunschweiger.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Johnson, my name is Linda Braunschweiger. I am a housing consultant. I represent a number of different clients, and today I'm representing Affinity Bank, which is a $1 billion financial institution that is headquartered in the city of Ventura and is a neighbor of the El Patio Hotel. Some of you might know Mr. Mike McGuire, who's our president and CEO. He is a passionate affordable housing advocate. He wasn't able to be here today. But we wanted to let you know that we support your efforts to find funding for these 3 units, as well as the overall funding that's being accumulated for this project. Affinity Bank supports this project so much so that we have become a sponsor for the El Patio's Affordable Housing Program application at the Federal Home Loan Bank for $355,000. That is a grant program that the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco awards twice a year for affordable housing developments, and we have our fingers, toes, and arms crossed that this grant will get approved, and we will know in a couple of months. But we wanted to let you know that we support this project. Workforce housing in downtown areas is critical to the business community. Very low income residents have been living there. It's a wonderful hotel currently. It's a beautiful hotel. It's been a good neighbor, and we want it to continue to be that way. And People Self-Help, who also is a client of mine, as I must mention, has a long history of working with these types of hotels in many different communities. And it's because of that that Affinity Bank has stepped up both at the City Council in Ventura and is stepping up today to let you know that as a business leader in that city, we support this project, and we would like to see these units, if possible, for emancipated youth. We've also been involved with Casa Pacifica, and on a personal note, I find it heartbreaking to see these young people having to walk down that driveway when Casa Pacifica has been their home, and they have an uncertain future. And housing is the key to the stability of those young people and whether or not they are successful in society. And so we want to thank you for considering this, and we want to thank Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Long for your leadership and trying to find a solution to finding these funds. I thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We have a couple more questions. Supervisor
Yeah,
Flynn?
it's not a question for you.
Can we go with
Go ahead.
Supervisor Flynn first?
Okay.
You have a question?
Yes, I think I agree with something like this for young people leaving Casa Pacifica because of they're in need of assistance. But I guess and so I'm going to vote for this, and I'm with the understanding that these are pretty much going to be young people leaving Casa Pacifica.
Yes. Well, I think it's any emancipated.
Because I think
youth,
if it's the other, then we need to have some kind of a program with the foster parents for the last 2 or 3 years that the children are there until they reach 18 and then step out. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we're getting ourselves into a major expensive program. I can support it because of your comments of Casa Pacifica.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dunn?
Madam Chair, if I could, first of all, I would just hope that you would go back to your CEO, Mr. McGuire, and just pass on our appreciation for him to take time to send you down here, for him to take time to support a project. I mean, it's not too often that you have a business owner right next to an affordable housing project coming in and saying, hey, do this. Usually you're fighting them and stuff. So he's been a very consistent supporter, and so if you'd pass the thanks on, number one. Number two, this issue of it only being for Casa Pacifica residents, that's not what that's not what this is saying. And number three, I think it's we have this reference to the training. We do have training programs right now that are available for all of our foster children in foster homes. They're available. It's our independent living program. It is funded by the state through the junior colleges. They actually have a training program that they go through. In addition to that, we have YTAC that we're starting in addition to that. But the independent living program has been funded for many years. We have that training program. What I think is missing, and what we have to remember, is these are our kids. These, unlike everybody else, these are the kids that have become the wards, and we literally are that extended family here. There is nobody else, and it is literally county government that needs to be extended family. No matter what training we do with those kids when they turn 18, if you have the training and you don't have a place to go, then you can't just say, sorry, see you later. If you have the training and we have an opportunity, imagine if we had a bunch of kids and they didn't have a place to go, and they were 18, and the house was full, and you had a chance to get a place to put 3 of them in single-room occupancies at a safe place like this, and it only cost you $50,000. If you were a family that had the money, you'd do this in a heartbeat, so that the kid could go to junior college, the kid could get other training, the kid could be working a part-time job and doing this. No question, a family would do this in a heartbeat, and that's why I think we should be sure that we're looking for ways to make these things happen rather than looking for ways to object to these things. The other thing that I would point out, besides the fact that they are already being trained in the foster care program, et cetera, that this is a small number of the total number that we need, right? And that we don't have enough in West County. We need more in West County. This is a city that has been willing to take on the heat of many of their downtown merchants to put this here. And this is a partnership that we would step forward with our city and say, hey, you're taking the heat, and that's where most of these kinds of units have to go. They have to go in existing cities. And that's where it makes sense for these units, so the kids have, they're close, they can walk to places and all of that. So we should partner up with a city that's willing to take the heat in terms of doing this. We need, many more of these. And then finally, in the reference to, is it a good investment of the money in terms of the $150,000? This is a one-time expenditure, and you have the units for 55 years. Or whatever the details get worked out. Whereas if you subsidize rent, you'll blow through $150,000 very quickly in terms of the number of children that you can support and how long you'd be able to support them. So a one-time expenditure to be able to grab these units and then have these units in somewhere in the range of 1/3 of the income of the young people is just a great setup. And so with that, I'd like to move the recommended action.
Second, with comment, if I might also.
Yes, Supervisor.
Just also to thank you for being here and thank Affinity Bank. You've been a leader in our countywide on our housing forums and identifying that there is a need for populations that have need, populations within the general population, and it's homeless, it's emancipated foster youth, it's domestic violence folks, it's we know we have these, and they're often that niche of population that doesn't get that continuing service through other grant dollars. So to be able to look at this conceptually and see how we can leverage, and to be able to leverage significant dollars and to get in a commitment for such a long period of time. As you said, we can blow through $50,000 very fast in this rental market if you can find something to rent. And as we saw in Thousand Oaks with, unfortunately, the interface situation, that was heartbreaking. And we know that it's hard, and it's going to continue to be difficult to find these places. So definitely support the action.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any objections to motion, Supervisor Flynn?
Yes, I object to the motion.
Okay, there's one objection.
I would like to say, I would move along with this, but do we have any idea how long it's going to take to get this information back on what deals we're going to have? And because the thing that concerns me the most is it doesn't seem like there's a limit on how long that 18-year-old can live in that place, and which would make only 3 people over a 5-year period of time or something like that.
Two things. Number one, young people move a lot.
Yes, right, we know that.
And so you got to keep that in mind.
It's going to be hard to move.
And
when
two,
30
I think I'm anticipating this being weeks. They don't have much time. They've got we've got to give our CEO's office direction to really sit down and hammer out these details in a short period of time.
Okay. Well, I'm going to oppose the motion, but I think it'll pass.
Okay. And being the parent of 3.5 emancipated, not foster youth, I know it is expensive to house, and I definitely do support the motion. So with that, the motion passes on a 3-2 vote.
Well, I appreciate the fact that the motion passes. I appreciate the support. Supervisor Parks joining us. I think that really is the right thing to do in this one in terms of looking for the right thing. Thank you.
With that, then, we'll go on to our next item, which will be our 10 a.m. time certain. And this is an item regarding some home buyers funds. And I'm anticipating we have our staff for that. Oh, this is Supervisor Long. You're bringing this forward?
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. And I am bringing this forward, and it's been a long time coming. And I would like to invite Steve Kerrigan, who's a branch manager of Pinnacle Financial Corporation, forward. He and I don't. Do you have Elizabeth with you, Steve? No? Okay. I brought this forward, and as I said, it's been a long time in the works because when it was first brought to me, I had lots of questions. And legal counsel, I said, legal counsel, take a look at this. And CEO Christy Madden took a good look at this because anytime the board goes into a JPA, we want to know, okay, are there any unintended consequences? Well, I will share with you that it has truly been vetted, and what is brought forward to us is pretty straightforward and has been run by the appropriate agencies to clear that the board is entering into this as an associate membership. And this is to open up to the entire county the opportunity to participate, if they choose, in this program for the Rural Housing Mortgage Finance Authority Home Buyers Fund. Associate membership allows residents and mortgage lending institutions to become active participants in the programs, including first mortgage financing and options for a second mortgage and/or grants to provide assistance with down payments and related closing costs. The CHF is an approved housing finance agency for Fannie Mae conventional loans and community seconds. The associate membership doesn't cost us anything. It requires this board resolution just to show that there is regional support for having this as another funding tool for home buyers in our county. And it has a history of success. It's not just didn't come in under anyone's radar. It's been out there functioning and providing these services, and I want to say it was over 30 other counties. And so it's definitely been tried and tested and is acknowledged by the mortgage financing. In fact, I ran this by our Coastal Association of Realtors to see if they had any issues with it. They thought it was an excellent new additional tool for our region to make available to home buyers. I also checked with our typical folks who provide low-income housing, and they said it's an excellent tool. So I thought, after doing the litmus test on it, and again, having a few conversations with legal counsel, with the auditor controller, with our CEO's office, that this associate membership that is before the board to participate in this home buyers fund is exactly what it is. It's pretty black and white. It doesn't have any hidden unintended consequences. And if I might, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask for further comments to be presented by Mr. Kerrigan, so he could talk about why he's been such an advocate for this.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Long, and I really appreciate your time on this, along with your assistant Joyce. You guys have been very diligent at making sure that you put this program to test as far as the value to the potential home buyers. The National Home Buyers Fund, as Supervisor Long mentioned, is simply a joint power authority that the County of Ventura will be able to enjoy the benefits of having nonprofit access to tax-free housing bonds to provide below-market interest financing for first-time home buyers. They have basically, this organization has two different programs, one of which is already available here in the County of Ventura, but the one that's of most interest to me, and I think most home buyers, if we have family members that are in that category, would be the First House program, which is a below-market interest rate financing tool that will be available to a great majority of home buyers here in the county if this passes. Right now there are other programs available, and we've seen some of the news and headlines about some of the problematic financing that's been available. This would take the place of some of those things. This is, First House would be a fixed rate financing tool at below market financing, no down payment requirement, typically looking at about 100% financing tool. This would be for moderate and low income home buyers. Moderate in our county is probably going to end up being somewhere around 102,000. They'll do a survey of median income and establish those income limits, but that's pretty much where it'll be. I would completely support this financing tool to make it available to the home buyers here once this goes through.
Supervisor Flynn?
Does this, yes, thank you very much. Does this 111,000 is household income?
This would
qualifying is household income.
Household income.
And what would be the procedure, the process for one who wants to take advantage of this program?
Once the program is approved for use here in Ventura County, a notification goes out to all the existing approved lenders. The National Home Buyers Fund is a purchaser of these loans and a provider of the actual financing. They don't make home loans directly. They rely upon, I think in the County of Ventura right now, there's about 22 or 23 lenders that are already approved, and they would obviously have access to have additional approvals.
So we could get a copy of those lenders?
Yes.
That would participate in the program?
Yes.
And are there other kinds of fees involved? It's 100% financing, right?
Yes.
Other kinds of fees?
If as far as fees, I'm not sure. Fees to the county or fees to the individual?
Fees to the individual.
To the individual home buyers. The fees and schedule of costing are also scheduled by the First House Fund, so they're it's not free money, but it's below market cost, not only in the interest rate area, but as far as the fees to close on a loan like that, and they'll allow them to finance their closing cost also.
Okay, so it could become an answer for a great many people, do you think?
I suspect, I did some rough numbers. I think estimates are that 25% of the folks that took out subprime loans over the past 3 years probably could have qualified for
qualified here?
Yeah.
So how much money is in the program depends upon the bond sold, right?
Yes, the bonds are replenished on a quarterly basis. We get notification, all the lenders that are approved for this kind of financing get notification of availability, and then the buyers reserve those funds on a first-come, first-served basis.
For the people in that, excuse me for carrying on here, for the people within the, I've been walking a lot in Oxnard lately, and there's a lot of homes that have been repossessed. You can just walk down a block and see homes being repossessed. It would be kind of too late for those particular individuals, I would assume.
Yes, this financing is set aside for purchase money mortgages, not for refinancing of mortgages.
It could be, then, are you suggesting, Supervisor Long, this could be an answer to some of the problems we've been talking about? with financing of homes? It sounds like it's got a lot of merit to it.
Are these fixed rate loans then?
For the First House program, they're all fixed rate loans, 30-year and 40-year fixed rate loans. If a home buyer either didn't qualify or chose to use the Access program, the Access program is, in addition, it's 30 and 40-year fixed rate financing. They could also opt for a little twist to that and maybe use a 5-year fixed rate loan program. But I would say that the majority of the buyers that are going to use this type of financing are going to pick the long-term fixed rate financing.
30-year.
30-year and 40-year, yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I had one other question
sure,
too,
go
if I
ahead.
can. In terms of the bonds that this JPA goes out and gets, would their, standing have anything that might affect our bond rating?
No.
Not to my knowledge.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that's a good question, and it's one that I've talked with legal counsel on because it has been raised by the auditor controller. This JPA does not bring the board into any of the financing that takes place between the home buyer programs at all. This just says, as an associate member, we have opened up the door for this program to be in our county. We have no say over any of the requests for financing, any of the individuals, and we don't want that. It clearly is a membership that is limited. It also is a JPA that any time that we wish to withdraw from it, there are 30 days notice, we can withdraw from it. And it just says that this is a program that should be made available in our county.
And I do have two other speaker cards, Linda Braunschweiger again,
very much.
and Douglas Tapking. Thank you for the information. Once again, my name is Linda Braunschweiger. I'm actually here today as the current chair of the Camarillo Workforce Housing Task Force, which is one of the many task forces in each of the cities that was started by the Ag Futures Alliance. We are a workforce housing task force, though, and we are here to encourage you to support this membership. As you know, the cost of housing, although has come down slightly and has stabled out a little bit, home ownership is out of reach for many, many people in this county. And providing safe and secure financing options for low and moderate income families increases the buying power for those families. Employers in our community continue to struggle to attract low and particularly moderate income employees to our county because of the cost of housing. A program like this will assist employers in having another tool that they can use to offer folks when they come to work in our community. So we support it for that reason. We would like to make sure that, again, that there are programs like this that allow for those who work in our community, who support our community, the teachers, the nurses, the firefighters, all of the folks that we frequently talk about that can't get into affordable housing or buy a home might be able to do it with this program. And so I just encourage you to support this. This is only one tool that we might be able to use in this housing crisis. I mean, we have the possibility of increased density, obtaining regulatory relief, and tackling NIMBYism. Those three things alone are a challenge. But if this program can come about, it's a fairly easy solution to providing more people into their first-time home. So as the chair of the Workforce Housing Task Force, I strongly encourage you to support this membership for the county. Thank you. Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Douglas Tapking with the Area Housing Authority.
Good morning. Thank you for your time today. Douglas Tapking again. I'm the Executive Director for the Area Housing Authority. We come today to support the motion before you. The Board of Commissioners of the Area Housing Authority ask you to support this. We believe that this is another tool that you can use to support affordable housing in Ventura County. Very specifically, this is a logical extension of the county's support for people in need of an affordable place to live. It's a great way to keep this back in the private hands. It doesn't cost you anything. It's another tool. We've worked closely with the board and with your staff in order to see that this comes before you today. If you have any questions, we'd be pleased to answer them. Thank you.
Just one more question, maybe of both of you, but it is a major issue for us. people being able to move into a house, buy a house. It just seems like it has a lot of promise. People that come into my office are having difficulties with repossessions and so forth. How do I go about, whom do I refer people to?
Well, Supervisor Flynn, there are a couple of things that are going on here. This is a first-time homebuyers program. It will not help your people who are in the process of repossession. However, if someone wishes to purchase that home as a first-time homebuyer, this is another source of funds that they can qualify for. It strikes to the heart of many of the clients that we are trying to deal with today, that moderate to low-income classification, that hardcore working family in Ventura County. The Area Housing Authority will be publishing lists on its website. We're in the process of completely revising it. Those 23 lenders that Steve was speaking about, they will be up there. We will have links, etc. Mr. Kerrigan, Linda and I, etc., we all sit on various types of housing committees throughout Ventura County, and we are constantly bringing this information forward. We as an agency were very surprised to learn that as a county, we were not part of this a number of years ago, and are pleased again to see you coming forward. So again, to the heart of it, you can come to the Housing Authority. We'll refer people back and forth. You can go to various financial institutions. The Board of Coastal Realtors, etc., are aware of this program. And as it becomes more knowledgeable in the community, people will seek this out. A lot of it happens word of mouth.
Good. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I just want to be able to direct those people. First-time buyers. How about a failed first home-time buyer?
I can't give you the program description on that. I'm sorry.
All right, with that,
Thank you.
want to go back to Supervisor Long now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Tapking. He brought this idea to me months ago, and as I said, I wanted to make sure that I checked and double-checked with internally to make sure that the county role in this is protected, and I believe it is. And I would put forward the recommended action to adopt the resolution and to authorize the CEO to execute the joint powers agreement as an associate member.
Great.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any objection? Seeing none, that passes then. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and be back for our 10:30 time certain. welcome back into session of our October 16th, 2007 Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're now going to that one item that we've all been holding our breaths for and waiting. Item 16, it's our 10:30 adoption of a proposed amendments to our building codes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Mr. Johnson, members of the board. My name is Jim McDonald, and as the county building official, I'm here today to present for your consideration the adoption of the 2007 Ventura County Building Code. Today I have with me the Director of Public Works, Ron Coons, and also the Environmental Health Director, Bob Gallagher. And prior to the conclusion of my comments here, they'll come up and speak on the items that they have responsibility for within the Ventura County Building Code. I would like to say and compliment Public Works and Environmental Health for working so closely and so well with me during the process of putting this building code together, and I very much appreciate it. The proposed Ventura County Building Code before you today carries forward many of the previous provisions that we've had in the previous Ventura County Building Code, and it also adopts by reference the new California Building Standards Code, including local amendments to those state standards. There are many amendments to the 2007 Ventura County Building Code, but most of them are editorial and administrative in nature, and some of them actually modify the building standards which are applied to construction. Modifications to building standards may only be made based on local topographic, geological, or climatic conditions, which are identified in Attachment F in your board package. Attachment C is the abbreviated summary of the amendments, and in Attachment C, you'll find the proposed changes listed along with the finding and whether or not the finding was administrative, whether or not it was geologically necessary, topographically necessary, or climatically necessary. Editorial and administrative changes can be made without making any findings. The most prominent changes to the 2007 Ventura County Building Code are a general reorganization of the building code to reflect the changes in the state and model codes which are being adopted, as well as a reformatting of the codes for national uniformity and to agree with chapter and section numbers. Some of the more substantive changes are changes related to plan review expiration, by reducing the amount of plan review fees that are required upon renewing a plan check when the plans are already approved in building and safety. Additional changes are also related to high fire hazard area requirements, so that our local requirements are consistent with the state fire hazard severity zones, which is new in California. We are continually improving our earthquake resistance of new buildings and modifications of existing buildings. We're also refining our disaster recovery provisions, and we're also taking our first step towards sustainable development of buildings by adding a new chapter, Chapter 44, to the Ventura County Building Code. This chapter is called Green Building, and although we are prevented by state laws from compelling applicants to comply with green building requirements, we are able to offer incentives for applicants to comply. And that's the goal of Chapter 44.
And if I could interrupt, I would offer it's the best kept secret in this report. And we're out there with all this climate change and everything else that we wanted to do. One of the big issues is green building codes. Mm-hmm. We can't force them. We've adopted an incentive program. You know, when the city of Ventura adopted an incentive program similar to this, quite a bit of focus and publicity on that. This one happens to be buried in here, and I just want to take this moment to call it out and appreciate the fact that you guys were able to put it in and how it fits with the whole climate change action plan that we're trying to create for 2007 for Ventura County. So thank you very much for doing that.
You're welcome. Well, amongst the whole package, there's a lot there. It was not intentionally buried. I talk about it often with the people I speak
Absolutely.
with.
I just mean there's a lot of good stuff. I'm pointing out that in the midst of all that, that's that one thing, but certainly I wouldn't want you to call that one out exclusively.
If I could, the State Building Standards Commission is working very hard on developing green building standards. The governor has ordered a green building committee to be formed through the Building Standards Commission, and the Green Building Committee is in the process now of developing green building code standards, which will come from the state, which is an appropriate place for them to come. Now, whether they will be voluntary or mandatory initially is still yet to be determined. If they come with the 2010 triennial cycle, they'll probably be mandatory. But if they come out before that as an amendment to the current 2007 California Building Standards Code, they'll probably be voluntary. So that hasn't been decided yet, but it's happening at the state level as well. Also, we sent out more than 30 copies of the draft building code to industry, to the Architects, Structural Engineers Association, the Building Industry Association, the Association of General Contractors, and the Ventura County Contractors Association. And we also made a draft copy of the building code available on the building safety website for people to be able to download, and that information has been out there. I have received 2 letters from 2 members of our Board of Appeals, and I'd like to give those to Roberta. And those letters basically said that that they're happy with the document as written and they don't suggest any changes. Okay, and the recommended action before you today is to open a public hearing on this item and to read the ordinance in title only and continue the item to September 20th at 9:30 a.m. for a second reading and adoption by the board. At this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Coons.
This is being continued to for final adoption on November.
November 20th.
November, yes. Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Coons, were you going to come up next?
Yes, the same with, good morning, Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston, Ron Coons, Public Works Director. The same criteria to follow on modifying the grading ordinance. The controls are done with this portion. Appendix J is the reformatted new way to do it in this code versus Chapter 33 in the old code. We have reformatted it, and we have made some additions there to on working with issuing grading permits. I'll just highlight a few. The very last page of your report has a summary of some of those issues, and but to improve the oversight and control and inspection, we have put in language into this appendix. We've reduced the amount of grading that can be accomplished without a grading permit. We've included that in here. We have required documentation where we have where grading permits are being issued, where it may be that there'll be a conflict with adjacent properties or private roads or access or things that need to be documented thoroughly with photographs for the before condition, so we can thoroughly review it before we finalize the project. Make sure that anything that needs to be corrected is corrected. We set a maximum time limit on the length of time that the grading permits can be issued. We've limited that at 3 years. Allows also for the collection of a performance security or a bond, not only for the grading that takes place, but also for the repair or to any damage that's done to any public or private property. Some of the other revisions, it limits the amount of work that can be accomplished with an engineered plan. Without an engineered plan, we've limited so that it was 1,000 yards, now it's 500 yards that would require an engineered plan. And there's a threshold on the discretionary grading permits related to the amount of truck trips that can import or export material from the project site as well. Those are the highlights of the sections there. There is one word that I'd like to insert on page 86 in section J 114.2 after the word property, if we insert the word owner, so it reads as property owner. That would clarify that one. The rest of that section is correct as written. If there's any questions of any member of the board, I'd be pleased to respond. I do have technical staff here for our go-to people that issue the permits, and any questions at all.
We do have some questions. Supervisor Foy?
Mr. Coons, you all did a great job in the Kingdom office, and it was great to understand this. This is a lot of information, and to do, so you did a great job. I got a couple questions. The biggest one that looking back what you just went through was some of these changes from 1,000 yards to 500 yards, and I think you made a comment when you were in my office that we're probably do about 100 permits a year. Now we're probably going to do 300 permits a year. I think is what the number you gave me, something like that.
That's correct.
Yeah. So we're going to do 3 times as many permits as we did. And most of that comes because of what, the abuse that you've seen? Is that what it usually is, or what, or just oversight?
There, in the past, the grading that takes place underneath the building pad itself has been incorporated in the building permit itself. That work, many times they'll have a contractor out there and he'll initiate the excavation under the building pad itself and be moving the dirt around without having a building inspector there. So to address that type of a situation, to make sure that the material is excavated, put into a place that's not going to cause an environmental problem, we've required a grading permit if that amount of material exceeds 50 yards.
Is that an expensive permit for an average person now?
Well, it's in the eyes of the beholder. We will be returning to your board for the recommendations on those permits. We're looking to lower the cost of the fixed fee grading permits for these types of situations. Relative to the cities, what we're going to be proposing will be a less costly permit than the cities in our county.
Right. No, I asked a few people about that situation, about permits going from 100 to 300, and people were real concerned that I told them what some of your stuff was. But most of the response from a lot of the people who get involved in this thought it was a good idea, because if there is not some of that oversight on this compaction of some of this land and everything else, the county itself suffers problems, and people have problems with their homes or buildings and everything else under there. So it just seems like a large increase in the number of permits, but I think it probably sounds like it's pretty warranted.
You won't have a good house if you don't have a good foundation.
Right, right. So, no, I appreciate that, and it's too bad that we have to go through that because of just the few that caused some of the issues, but thank you.
You're welcome.
I have just, I think, 2 questions. One is in regards, well, first, I'm glad to see that we have a definition for agricultural grading. I don't know if we had that before, but I think that's beneficial. We have seen some abuses through the HECO process, and to that, when I look at the HECO portion of this on page 66, it just discusses that the ordinance allows for a hillside erosion control ordinance plan that can be administered by the RCD, the Resource Conservation District. And I know that we're looking at revising the HECO ordinance. Yes, it is an ordinance. And looking at the possibility of making a clear definition of what is agriculture, what is not agricultural grading. There's also this definition of agriculture, which I appreciate seeing in here. But my feeling is, and maybe we'll see this with the new revised HECO ordinance, that it first start, if someone wants to come in and do some grading, that they first come to the county, not to the RCD, so we can make sure that if they fall into some of our requirements for grading, that we take care of that, we follow up on that. I think part of the problem with the RCD is they aren't a full agency that has enforcement officers or that they can monitor and go out on site, but it is something that we can do at the county. So I would like to see the new ordinance potentially reflected here in the grading ordinance that we're passing. And I would imagine we can make revisions to this after it is approved. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it can reflect changes to the new HECO ordinance that I hope will, as I say, have people who want a HECO plan first come to the county and look at making sure that they are within our grading ordinances. And one of those ordinances, or one of these codes that we're looking at in terms of what is exempt from a ministerial permit and what is not, can be found on page 70. And we do allow for the requirement, let's see, you need to get the issuance or denial of a grading permit is a ministerial act, except in the following cases, and I guess what we're talking about, it becomes a discretionary permit in these 6 cases that are illustrated on page 70. And one of those is it becomes discretionary where the proposed grading is within a designated waterway or in a designated wetland. I won't go into the question of who's doing the designating, I don't know. But what I am concerned with is we do have some buffer requirements. You can't put a big pile of fill at the edge of a waterway, at the edge of a creek. And we have found that that is the case in some of the violations we have found. So my point here is that in just saying that you have to go to a discretionary permit if you're going to do grading in a waterway, we also need to understand that you shouldn't be doing grading right next to a creek, for example, and being able to do it with a ministerial permit. You know, it all of a sudden kicks in concerns from Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps, anytime you're going to go putting a bunch of fill, for example, next to a creek. So I would ask that we look at that, or maybe you have a response to that. But as I see this, without putting any kind of buffer in there, we are saying you can go ahead and get a permit over the counter, a ministerial permit that may cause some major erosion issues and concerns from regulatory agencies.
Nothing in this would preclude the responsibility of the applicant from getting all the permits with the other regulatory agencies, Fish and Game and Corps of Engineers and that. So we will not allow them to start the work until they have coordinated all those reviews and received those permits.
And I recognize that, so it's kind of maybe a policy decision whether we want to say you need a discretionary permit to go doing grading 4 feet from a creek or a riverway or something like that. That can be done ministerial. But I think unless we were to condition, for example, a ministerial permit that you have to have Fish and Game sign off before you can use that, sometimes it falls through the holes. Fish and Game may not know that a ministerial permit was issued, and then may see this thing that the county allows, but the Fish and Game would not allow occur. And so I don't know if there's any kind of way to make sure there aren't any holes in that. I know there's a reluctance on the part of staff to condition first having a Fish and Game permit before we authorize a ministerial permit, for example, because you can get into this. Fish and Game won't give it to you unless the county gives you a permit, and the county won't give you a permit unless Fish and Game gives you a permit. But I don't know how you can get those assurances that we're not doing, allowing for something that Fish and Game would not allow for.
I think my go-to person, Mr. Ray Gutierrez, is here, and I think he could explain the working relationships and how that is done here, if you would like to have
Okay, and then maybe also address that. Is it, it seems to me that we're allowing for something ministerially that Fish and Game may very well be concerned about.
Good morning. In general, on a grading permit, what we do is look at USGS maps, and we look for blue line creeks on those maps. Historically, the blue line creeks are those in the jurisdiction of Fish and Game. So when a grading project has a blue line stream on it, we will not approve the grading permit until we know that the owner has contacted the Department of Fish and Game and began that process to obtain a permit. Now, at times you can move your grading project away from the creeks and the stream beds, and in doing so, we try to put on the plans no work in those particular areas, and we come up with a setback. Generally, it's about 100 feet. There are a lot of violations that take place in the county where dirt is going into streams and creeks, as you pointed out. Those violations a lot of times are illegal grading activities. Now, in the event we get a complaint or we see that, we then work with the property owner to stop doing that, get Fish and Game still involved, Army Corps, and have them go through the permit process and restore that area. The one point that Ron brought up earlier about, and Supervisor Foy did, about those extra 200 grading permits per year, we think that might keep some of that from happening, where Public Works will be at the job site where foundation work is being done and the earthwork sometimes ends up near a creek. We think we could prevent that from happening through that process, because many of the complaints tend to be with not a lot of dirt, but a little dirt, and then being pushed down into a barranca, and we think we could prevent that from happening.
And I do recognize sometimes it's a violation when they do go and dump a bunch of dirt next to the creek. Sometimes it isn't a violation, and we allow for that. In our ministerial permits, it doesn't say, you know, you can't do that. So to me, the difference between ministerial and discretionary, which is the next level, is you have to do some kind of CEQA review. And to me, there could well be an environmental impact that needs to be mitigated if you're going to dump a bunch of soil next to a waterway. And while you say we don't allow for it, you still can get a ministerial permit, for example.
One other
So
thing.
I was just looking to see if there's some wording that we can put in here that would address the fact that
one
you
other
need to
thing
get
that-
kicked up into a CEQA status if you're going to be dumping and grading right 4 feet, for example, from a creek.
We're working with RMA, and RMA has really good GIS overlays in the system, and we're now able to access those layers. One of those is a wetlands layer, and we are now putting the wetlands layer on a potential grading project, and we won't allow grading in those areas. So
Okay.
I know the
So a ministerial permit would not be issued, for example, if it's in that wetland overlay, or maybe the natural resource, the sensitive biological resource overlay. We won't be doing permits there,
Well,
ministerial or otherwise.
we would not allow the work in that area. So we would try to get the grading on the property outside of those areas and create an area where there'd be no work. So it still might be a ministerial permit on the property, but it wouldn't be in grading in the wetland, and we'd
Okay.
all acknowledge that.
Okay.
Or in the creek. So
And that's how this reads in terms of, you can't get a ministerial at least, and probably wouldn't be able to get a discretionary if it's in a waterway or in a designated wetland. And again,
Right.
My concern was next to, not just in it.
right,
So
and
that's
the
where the
GIS
erosion
database
occurs.
is really helping us out in
Okay.
the past.
Well, and
so,
it's great to see that beneficial coordination of the information we have in RMA being used.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Coons, did you want to add anything?
Just as I mentioned, we will be coming back if your board approves these changes here. We will be coming back with the fee updates. We probably will not wait until the June typical time of doing all the fee reviews. These are some significant changes here, and we should be coming back earlier than that.
Thank you. And I appreciate getting this a good month in advance for final adoption. And maybe in that interim, I could get some more information on that overlay map regarding the wetlands and creeks, and to see if there is some kind of buffer that's already put in those maps to red flag it, so we don't give permits to allow for piling dirt along a creek side.
That's a very good idea. We'd be glad to do that.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn, did you have a question?
You have any cards?
Not seeing any.
You're going to close the public hearing?
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
Move the recommended action.
We have a motion.
I'll second it, and just a comment to make that I appreciate, grading is one of the ones we probably get more complaints about than any, and appreciate the work that's being done, and the technology is going to help us to do a better job. Also, that there was a good public review process where you reached out to all of the technical folks, the professionals in our county, to be aware of all of the changes. It's been a lot of significant work that you've undertaken. I appreciate it. And my second on the motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy, did you have a comment? No? Okay. Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. I want to echo Supervisor Long's comments, exactly what I want to say, which is that the number one problem in our office are complaints about grading and our difficulty in actually getting good, strong, quick enforcement action with grading. I mean, number one, once the grading is done, the damage is done, it's pretty hard to put things back. some of these things have languished for a long time. Rarely do you get the district attorney to take them on. We don't have grading is not in our administrative civil policies like our other policies. And over the course of this month, as I'm reviewing these, and I appreciate getting these a month in advance so we really have time to go through these, but over the course of this month, that's one of the things I'll be really focusing on is how do these grading policies work, and how will these grading policies decrease the problem that we have in terms of grading violations. But where I would hope that we will ultimately go is that we go with the same civil penalties that we have in our other code violations, that we get this to apply to grading. And I'd like to ask the department to have somebody come and talk with me in my office about what you see as the difficulty of doing that, the reasons why we aren't there at this point in time. Can we? What's your sense about that and stuff? Because it seems to me you get that administrative penalty in there. We're having great success on that side. People, just the threat of it coming is all of a sudden we're getting all kinds of people stepping forward, that we need the same kind of tool on the grading side of it. It's just enormous frustration trying to get grading stuff enforced. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I did mean to also thank you for another addition to this, and that is something that has been something I've been really pushing for, is to require construction worker, when you have a house being built on a road, if the construction crews end up somehow destroying that road get repaired to where it was before. And I know we did that as a requirement on public roads, but this now allows it for private roads too. And as long as it's, you can photograph it before and after and show that there was damage and all that, and it's very demonstrated, then we can require that even that private road to get fixed. And that is, I think, wonderful to have it in here, and I appreciate that it was put in. Okay, so we do have that motion in a second, and I see no objection, so that passes. Thank you. Good work. Go ahead.
An ordinance of the County of Ventura amending the Ventura County Building Code and adopting by reference the current editions of certain model codes as follows. California Building Code 2007 edition, Uniform Housing Code 1997 edition, Uniform Code for the Abatement of Dangerous Building 1997 edition, California Electrical Code 2007 edition, California Plumbing Code 2000 edition, the California Mechanical Code 2000 edition, and Appendix A1 of the California Existing Building Code 2000 edition, together with amendments thereto.
Thank you. With that, then, that passes unanimously, and we'll go on to our next item, and I believe it's item 27, recommendation from Supervisor Long regarding having a board meeting in Port Hueneme.
Yes, thank you. And this is a request that we continue on with what the board has said we'd like to do, which is to go out to the communities where appropriate and hold our meetings. And Port Hueneme has expressed an interest in hosting us, and the clerk of the board has done excellent work with behind the scenes identifying what would need to be done to do so. I think we will have interest from the community and to hold our regular meetings, so to hold a special meeting. So the actual action as defined by our legal counsel is that recommendation would be to cancel the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors on December 11th, 2007, the 8:30 meeting, and to schedule a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors on December 11th at the City of Port Hueneme Council Chambers in Port Hueneme at 6 p.m. And that is my motion.
We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objection, that passes. And I know the communities like that town hall ability come in and let us know what they think too, so it's not just having the benefit of having us there for them. We're there for them.
Absolutely.
Great.
They'll be there.
Our next item on the agenda then is item 28, and it's a recommendation from Supervisor Flynn. Okay, and that's to appoint Ms. Hurd to the Commission for Women. Seeing no objection, that passes. Our next item is our Watershed Protection District and regarding applying for a River Parkways grant.
Good morning, Chair Parks, board members, Mr. Johnson. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt with the Watershed Protection District. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to point out that there is a mistake in your board letter. You should have the correction to it. Under the fiscal mandates impact section, mandate reads yes, it should read no. I think we supplied that to the corporate board yesterday. It should be taken care of. Background is permission to apply for a grant, River Parkways grant. That's Prop 50 money. We have been encouraged to apply for that grant by the California Coastal Conservancy, a significant partner in our efforts to take the dam down. If we're successful in obtaining this grant, we will have some project partners in the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy and the Ventura County Resource Conservation District, all of whose efforts will be counted along with the grant towards our match towards the federal portion of this, which we need, which totals about $50 million in need from the state of California and the locals. And we'd like to ask your board to approve the recommendations as stated in your board letter, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Nice to see that the matching is correct on this one from Zone 1.
Do you know there's been a discussion about a new bug that lands inside that arundo, and the larvae feed on the interior of the arundo, and that might be finally a natural predator for arundo instead of having to spend all this money to keep cutting it down and oftentimes watching it grow back again. Don't have that information.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just happened to be talking to E.J. Remsen, and
Yes.
he mentioned that, and he said that we've had that bug. The issue is it doesn't eat enough, doesn't
Doesn't-
eat fast enough. So maybe we need to
Figure out how
encourage
to-
breeding. I'm not sure.
Genetic investment in the
Yes.
bug.
Yeah.
And as I understand it, it isn't native to our area, but it has all of a sudden taken up
Just
some
doesn't eat fast
home,
enough.
and so hopefully that might help. I'm on the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, and these River Parkway grant monies are used to purchase wetlands, among other things, and particularly in urban areas. It's supposed to be in urban areas, and then turn them into outdoor classrooms for children and all. And when I see having to spend the money for arundo when we could be doing these other neat things, I always want to be able to have that opportunity. So maybe if these come by every year, maybe next year we can also look at the potential for purchasing of wetlands, because we are seeing them leave our area. So they're both worthy projects, but I'd rather the bug take care of the arundo and we can use the money for purchasing wetlands. Okay, we do have a motion on this, do we?
I'd like to move the recommended action.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve our correspondence agenda, which has been highlighted in our little packet now?
I'd like to move that we have received and file our correspondence agenda and compliment our clerk. This is exactly what I was looking for, a nice, easy way to tell where the agenda ends and the correspondence agenda begins. So thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Okay, at this time, I think that includes, no, it doesn't. We have a 1:30 time certain, but what we can do is go into closed session now and then come back for our 1:30 time certain. Does the county council anticipate an announcement from our closed session?
No.
Okay. Then with that, we'll go ahead and go to our closed session and then be back for our last item, item 21 at 1:30. Thanks. Good afternoon. We'll come back from our closed session to our regular meeting of the October 16, 2007 Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will go to our last item on the agenda, which is item 21. It's a time certain for 1:30, and this is a subject is a presentation from the Coastal Conservancy, Environmental Protection Agency, and the California Department of Public Health regarding the Halico Engineering Company site. So with that, Supervisor Long, did you want to begin?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to have this on our agenda. I know the board has certainly has the big picture of what the challenge is with the Halico site in the Ormond Beach area. And there have been recent news articles. I thought it would be valuable, one, to have the team come in and give us a brief presentation of where the various components of this site rest. One, because we are able to then live stream it on our internet system, but also to have the public availability of the information. So I've structured this. It will be presentations first with the Coastal Conservancy, and Peter Brand will speak to the Ormond Beach site and the Conservancy's role on this issue. Then we'll hear from Wayne Praskins, who's the project manager for the Superfund program of the Environmental Protection Agency, and then from the California Department of Public Health Site Assessment Section Environmental Health Investigations Branch, Ruby Orozco, health educator, and also with her for questions will be Marilyn Underwood and William Warren. And I'm pleased to see our public health officer here, Dr. Bob Levin, also an APCD, which also has an interest in and has always had an interest in this site and unfortunately this facility, and has a long history on it. And the others who are here to perhaps answer any question the board might have. But I think this was timely and valuable, and to say that it really was through a lot of work with both Peter Brand, I think, behind the scenes, some other folks who are advocates in Environmental Defense Center and others who really worked on getting the Halico site brought to the attention through the bankruptcy process of the Environmental Protection Agency Red Team or Task Force or whatever they're called, which then brought the team that is here today to really look at and bring to us, and through the board support, the Superfund site designation. So if we move this along, I'll certainly call first on Peter Brand of the Coastal Conservancy. Peter, thank you for being here.
These both work, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, Supervisors, thank you very much for inviting me to talk today. I hope I didn't wear the same tie the last time I was here.
I do recognize that tie.
Okay. Well, I won't make that mistake again. I would like to, Supervisor Long asked me to give some context and some history, not only of our involvement, but also give if possible, a big picture to the surrounding area of Halico and how important that site is to us. The Coastal Conservancy, I'll just do recent history, as you know, is heavily involved in this area. It's a high priority project for us. We have spent already $23 million on acquisition of 540 acres. Another $20 million I expect will be spent on acquisition before we're finished. And then another, at least I think, $7 million in planning and design before we ever get around to restoration. So we're very committed and realize how important this is in Southern California and also the rest of the state. What's the natural history of the area? We have recently given a grant to the San Francisco Estuary Institute, who are experts in the field of historical ecology, and we've given them a grant of $500,000 to do a historical ecology study of Ventura County. And what that means is that before too long, you will have more information than you ever had before on the natural history of the area where you and your constituents live, the main rivers and the whole Oxnard Plain and all of the coastal wetlands as well. So this will go into great depth into sources that haven't been tapped yet, the National Archives, all of the local museums, historical libraries, that sort of thing, and give the people who live in Ventura County a picture of what this area will look like, and which will make it much more interesting and educational for them as they get involved in these environmental issues. But it will also help guide restoration projects in the future, so that we are working with some of the remnant natural forces that are in the area rather than against them, and that should help save us money and you money in the long run. So this is an historic topo map called T-sheets of the Oxnard area, this first drawing, and you see 3 major coastal lagoons there. If we zoomed back, you would see 6 between the Santa Clara River estuary and Mugu Lagoon. 6 major coastal lagoons, none of which exist anymore. They're all gone. And we have the opportunity at Ormond Beach to restore 2 of them. And that's one of the reasons why this is so important to the Southern California Wetland Recovery Project consortium of federal and state agencies, is that at Ormond Beach you can actually not only restore something like the historic extent of wetlands, but also the surrounding associated habitats that will help make it a richer and more sustainable environment. Let's see, the next slide is an overlay. We're doing some much better overlays, of course, for the Historical Ecology Project, but you can sort of discern there underneath the outlines of Ormond Beach. Let me see if I can point some things out. That's the industrial development that comes down from Weneme Road. Here is Halico right here. And so a major coastal lagoon was located right where Halico is. All of that has been filled and altered. And then another one here at the Reliant plant, an extensive wetland-related habitat extending inland, and then we get down into the duck clubs and Mugu Lagoon. This is a picture from 1972, I'm pretty sure, and that, you may recall, that's when the coastal, the proposition that eventually resulted in the Coastal Act was passed. So Halico has been there since, I think, the early 60s, and there was some dumping in the area before, and all of this drainage and dumping was filling lagoons that had been there previously. This is a more recent photograph, and if I could show you this from a variety of different angles, you begin to get the picture here. Halico is a place surrounded on 4 sides by wetlands. The Oxnard Industrial Drain is really the old stream and creek bed that fed this massive lagoon that went along like this. There's wetlands all along this side, a major lagoon here, and the J Street Drain. So we have been working with the task force that was formed years ago after the initial suits were won against Halico, and then now much more closely with EPA. And we're particularly pleased to have new partners in EPA and the Department of Public Health in addressing this problem. As you know, we are doing wetland restoration planning for the entire area from the Mugu all the way up past Halico, and engage some of the best consultants in the business to try to help us define what the future of that area should be and what is the logical and most environmentally beneficial projects that we could do. And one of the things that we're stymied by, or have been in the past, is what do we do about the Halico area? This is a spot that is very, very important to the optimum restoration of this whole area. To give you some more context, Arnold Road here, this is Mugu, this is the federal boundary right here, and this is the Mugu federal ownership. This is all of the Coastal Conservancy lands. This is all of the lands bought with Conservancy money in a grant to the Nature Conservancy. Additional properties we hope and expect to buy in the next 2 years. Remnant paper subdivision lots here on the beach owned by the city. And I would point out again, this is the shape of the former wetlands and delta and coastal lagoon that were there before. So the waters are still coming in this direction and down here, all trying to get back into that Halico area. And far be it from me to invoke religion to support what we're trying to do, but I would say God's trying to make this a wetland again, and we're
Peter,
trying to help them.
And could you just point out Halico again real quick? I'm pretty sure I just want to make sure I've got it.
This is a foundry. That's the metals processing facility, and this is the waste pile.
That's the slag heap stuff. Okay.
Yeah. The drain goes right down the middle, and this is Perkins Road right here. So you can see it divides an area where there's still pretty nice wetlands in here, water coming in from this direction, and divides it from this, prevents any tidal action going in here. And one of the things that's happening here is that not only are there wetlands on four sides, but there's water, a very high groundwater table underneath it. So we have not examined Halico in great specificity, and certainly EPA is going to do that. I would say that what we're hearing from the community is this has been a blight on their community for so long. There's a lot of anger and a lot of expectation for removal of the pile entirely. They're extremely skeptical that anything less than that would be good for their community. And I imagine one of the things that's going on also as well is they've begun to understand how much sense it makes to include that area as part of the wetland restoration instead of it blocking wetland restoration. So we're working with them on that, and we've certainly told EPA that we will help them in any way we can. We're sharing a lot of our studies, a lot of our resource studies that we did for the plan, and they'll be analyzing those carefully. We are obviously proceeding ahead with the restoration plan, but the sooner we get an estimate from them of the likelihood of full cleanup and restoration, the better. If they determine that the pile must be removed, then the Superfund is the most immediate and obvious source for doing that. If they feel that something short of that might be adequate, then it'll be a challenge for all of us to be looking for additional funds to help make that happen, state, federal, whatever we can find. And there are some cleanup and abatement funds out there that we've already begun inquiries on through Assemblywoman Brownlee's office. They're very interested in helping with that. Potential old private insurance as well. I think you all know that, I'm afraid I didn't mention this, that the owners of Halico declared bankruptcy, and that's been in the bankruptcy court for a couple of years. It's now Chapter 7, I think is correct. So there's some hope, but not very much, that there's still some money out there that could be retrieved from that, from the owners. And the Channel Keeper is pursuing that. I don't know whether I'm anywhere close to 10 minutes, which is what I was given, but I would just say in conclusion that this is of course a very there's a lot of anger and passion around this right now. I've talked to even the EPA emergency response team, who did a great job out there. They get angry just thinking about what has happened in the past and how that was allowed to go on so long. And there's obviously an issue of environmental justice. Would this have happened in some of the other communities on the coast, been allowed to be there this long? But if we all work together, we can I think, stop the kind of damage that's been happening. And on a more positive note, if we do that, then the Coastal Conservancy is ready to restore that area and make it a beautiful natural area, part of the community of Oxnard that we can all be proud of. Thank you, and I guess the questions will be later. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Brand. Yes, we can certainly ask questions. Next on the lineup. Good afternoon.
Point it that way. There we go. All right. Thank you, Supervisor Long and the rest of the board, for inviting me to speak today. I'm Wayne Praskins with the US EPA Superfund program. I'd like to take the next 5 or 10 minutes to talk a little bit about what EPA's been doing at the Halico site and what we'll be doing over the next year or two. I'll briefly describe the emergency response work that we completed over the last year, talk about what we know so far about the nature and extent of contamination at the site, talk about what it means now that we've added the Superfund, the Halico site to the federal Superfund list, describe what we'll be doing over the next year or two, and then touch briefly on the question of who's likely to pay for investigation and cleanup work at the site. I understand that many or most of the board are familiar with Halico, so I'll just mention briefly. Halico was a secondary metal smelter. They were in the business of taking in scrap metal and recovering primarily aluminum and magnesium, although they did recover some zinc in their early years. Their process generated a lot of waste. Our most recent estimate is over 700,000 cubic yards of waste. And as Peter described, the site is located in a critical area adjacent to the Ormond Beach wetlands. The EPA got involved early last year. In February '06, the state of California asked for EPA assistance at the site. We negotiated an agreement with some of the site owners to do some initial stabilization work at the site. That involved removing some hazardous chemicals, some drums, consolidating some waste materials at the site. And then earlier this year, we completed a much larger effort using EPA and EPA contractors to stabilize the large waste pile at the site. We reconfigured and regraded the pile to reduce erosion, reduce wind-blown material coming off of the site, placed matting over the site. We also removed some waste material that was located to the south of the facility in the wetland area, installed fencing, and took some other steps to improve security at the site. Most of the waste that Halico generated in their 40 years remains on site. Most of it is in the waste pile, the waste area, which is located to the east of the Oxnard industrial drain that bisects the site. There's also a fair amount of material located on the foundry side, the smelter side. Halico in their early years, in the late 60s, was using their waste material as fill, so there's a lot of their waste buried under the southeast corner of the foundry property.
Could you explain to us the table headings for the shaded green
Sure.
area and stuff? Okay, great.
Sure. I'll do that 1 second here. The Halico's waste material has a fair amount of the target metals that they were after still in it, that is magnesium and aluminum and zinc, but also lesser concentrations of a variety of other metals, most of which were probably present as alloying agents in the scrap metal that they took in, barium, beryllium, cadmium, lead, zinc, and others. There's also elevated levels of radioactive thorium in some of Halico's wastes, which probably originates in a magnesium alloy known as MagThor that Halico took in for at least some of the years that they were in operation. The picture on the right here shows the results of some testing that we did earlier this year to look at the levels of radiation coming off of the buried thorium at the southeast corner of the boundary parcel there. And the scale there, unfortunately I don't remember and can't read it that well from here. I believe the yellow areas were 1 to 2 times background, greener areas were higher, and there's some small red dots that I think were around 5 to 10 times background levels. That's due to the buried thorium that was used as fill material and to other decay products of thorium that are present in that waste. This is one area where we expect additional cleanup work will be needed at the site, although we think that can wait until we develop a more comprehensive cleanup plan for the site. In addition to the wastes that are located on Halico's property, either the former foundry or the waste management area, some of Halico's waste material has moved into adjacent areas. There's some of Halico's waste material that's visible, at least when the area is dry, on the Nature Conservancy property to the east. There's, based on testing, clearly some of Halico's waste material in the sediments of the Oxnard industrial drain, and most likely in the lagoon area to the south. And then there was also this area of waste located right along the south side of what I believe is called the Wainimi Drain. That's the area that we dug up as part of the emergency response work earlier this year. One key point I'd like to make is that clearly there are some areas at Halico where the levels of contamination are going to require additional cleanup work, but the fact that the levels are elevated, that they're above background, does not necessarily mean that they are unsafe. And a big part of what EPA will be doing over the next year or so is to figure out which parts of the site require cleanup. And that is in which parts of the site are the levels of contamination high enough, and is there a means for people or fish or wildlife to come into contact with those high levels where we think something needs to be done about it, which could be to remove the contamination, and could be to cover it, it could be to treat it. Those are all questions that we'll answer over the next year or two. As was mentioned, and I believe the board knows, the Halico site was formally added to the federal Superfund list last month. We appreciate the board's support for adding the site to the national priorities list. Adding the site does two main things. One, it commits EPA to work on the site, commits us to see the site through, to figure out what the problems are, what additional cleanup work is needed, and to take steps to make that cleanup work happen. And then secondly, it makes funds available for long-term cleanup. And what this means is our first choice is always to find private parties to pay for investigation or cleanup work at a Superfund site. And that's our plan at the Halico site, like it is at the other 1,500 or so sites, Superfund sites across the country. In the event that private parties are unwilling or unable to pay for cleanup work at the site, then we will seek government funding, money from what's been called the Superfund Trust Fund, to pay for work at the site. The next step for EPA is to complete what we call a remedial investigation. And this is what we call the stage in the process where we make sure we have a complete understanding of what the contamination problems are at the site, what the levels of contamination are, where the contamination might be moving, who might come into contact with it, and what the health risks are. That effort is now underway. It will include a health risk assessment, which is our formal effort to quantify the risks at the site, to figure out which areas pose risks that need additional cleanup work. We've also begun a study of groundwater and surface water flow in the area, which is something we need to understand to know where Halico's waste material might be moving to, how fast it's moving, who or what might come into contact with us. Our plan at present is to, after we have finished evaluating all of the testing that other agencies have overseen and that EPA itself has done over the last year, we'll figure out what additional testing of soil or sediment or water needs to be done at the site to complete our risk assessment, to make sure we have a complete understanding of the extent of contamination at the site. And then we will carry out a probably good-sized testing effort, probably towards the middle of next year, hopefully give us all the information we need to complete our investigation at the site and figure out what else needs to happen there. At the same time that we're working on this remedial investigation, we're working on a few other items at the site. We're working with the city and the owners and the lessee to seek compliance with an order from the city of Oxnard to demolish two of the main process buildings at the site. We've been working with one of the owners to try and improve security at the site, and also had some preliminary discussions about possible interim uses of at least a portion of the property while the investigation and then cleanup work takes place. After we are further into the remedial investigation, we'll begin the next step, which we call a feasibility study. And that'll be the phase where by that point, we'll have a better idea of what parts of the site need additional cleanup work. And as part of the feasibility study, we'll look at different ways to eliminate or reduce the risks from those areas where cleanup is needed. And that's where we'll look at pros and cons of different technologies, whether removing the contamination or capping it or treating it in place. After we've completed that work, we'll make a formal proposal to the community for additional cleanup work. We'll have a public meeting, we'll seek public comment, and then we'll adopt a formal cleanup plan for the site and then take steps either by working with parties that we think are responsible under the Superfund law to do the work or to seek government funding to pay for that work if needed. And at any time during this process, if we discover things at the site that we think present urgent or immediate risks, then we'll step in and complete additional emergency response work to deal with those risks. And then the last topic I wanted to touch on just briefly is the question of who might pay for all this investigation and cleanup work. The Superfund law has liability provisions in it that make certain parties, companies or individuals or others, responsible for either carrying out or paying for investigation and cleanup work at a site. And those companies we refer to as PRPs, or potentially responsible parties. And our effort to identify PRPs who might be responsible is underway. It's not complete yet. To date, we've named 5 parties at the site that we think are liable for paying for work at the site. And then, in addition, the Superfund law has a provision to a special category for more recent owners of property, for those that have purchased property since a certain cutoff date. It's January 2002. Those parties are known as BFPPs, or bona fide prospective purchasers. And those parties have much more limited responsibility than a PRP, but they do have certain obligations at a site. We currently consider Alpha and Omega, which is the company that owns the waste management area of the site and leases the foundry portion of the site. We consider them to be a bona fide prospective purchaser. So we are working with them to take certain actions at the site. Currently, we're working with them to try and get them to carry out the demolition work that the city of Oxnard has ordered. And I will stop there. Be happy to take questions now or later.
I do have one question. The funding, the Superfund fund itself, as I understand, it's been depleted. There aren't funds to clean up a site. And I wonder if you can address that, as opposed to when there used to be funds.
There's still funds.
Okay.
There's, our first choice will be to get parties that we think are liable to pay for work. If that doesn't happen, then we will look to the Superfund trust fund for money. There is more competition today than there used to be for those funds. So EPA has set up a panel nationally to rank sites across the country that are requesting those funds. And that happens when we get to the cleanup stage. We do have funding now to carry out and complete the testing and investigation work that needs to be done. When we get to the cleanup stage, if we need to use government funding, then we will have to compete nationally for funds. And sites are ranked based on a variety of factors. And it's hard to predict where Halico would come out in that.
Do you have like an idea of how much money is in the trust fund?
It's an annual appropriation now, so it's really up to Congress and what they appropriate. And I can't recall what the...
Because I know like one site could cost $500 million, for example. You get one of those bad sites. And I'm just wondering, what the resources are out there. But I really appreciate the fact that...
I think nationally it's probably... I probably shouldn't speculate. I think it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars that we're appropriating annually for cleanup work. I could get you a number.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then next we'll have Ruby Orozco from our Department of Health Services.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. My name is Ruby Orozco. I work in the Environmental Health Investigations Branch at the State Public Health Department. And I'm here with my colleagues, as Supervisor Long mentioned, Marilyn Underwood and Will Warren. And I'll talk a little bit about what they do in our group in a couple of slides. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah? Okay. So I'll talk a little bit about who we are and how we came to be involved at the Halico site, and give you an overview of our activities here and some contact information. So within the Public Health Department, as I mentioned, we're located at the Environmental Health Investigations Branch in the Division of Environmental and Occupational Disease Control. Our section there in the branch is the Site Assessment Section, and we're funded by the Federal Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. This agency was created in 1980 to work in complementary to EPA's work around Superfund sites to address public health questions vis-a-vis the ecological issues that they deal with. So within our section, we have expertise in toxicology and environmental health science and health education. So Marilyn is a toxicologist and Will is an environmental health scientist, and I handle community outreach. We're doing some work here, and it entails some environmental data review and some community outreach as well. For the environmental data review, we're searching for what environmental health scientists call the completed exposure pathways, and that means is there a possibility that people could come into contact with some contaminants. So for that to happen, there needs to be a source of chemicals, some contaminated media, and contact with that media. And there are some examples there of media being air, water, soil, food, and then different types of ways people might come into contact with the media. Depending on that, then we'll calculate the exposure assessment, what we expect based on the amount and duration of the exposure and the toxicity of the chemical, if we might see a health impact. I have a brief example, but I think you guys probably understand. So I have a source here, some industrial facility emitting something into the air, and then people breathing it for a certain amount of time, and then experience some sort of either short-term or long-term health impact. So, and we, yeah, and we try to look at all available environmental data that we can get our hands on from various regulatory agencies. We ask some questions that are similar to what EPA asks. So, what are the contaminants on the site, and how does the community interact with the site? Could people come into contact with these contaminants now or in the future, and what amounts of the contaminants would people be exposed to, and could there be health effects as a result? Some of the additional questions we ask around the public health issue is we also look at past exposure, so we try to, if there is available data from the past. We do document and seek out community concerns about exposure or health effects. And then we evaluate based on what we know whether their health concerns could be related to those chemicals. We try to review the scientific literature, medical literature, to see if there have been any links, and if so, at what level of exposure and for what amount of time compared to what we're seeing at a particular site. Some other questions, if we see any data gaps that are important for us to understand a potential health impact, we try to recommend that data gap be filled. If no other agency can do it, sometimes we carry out investigations to find that data. And then we try to determine if there is a need for additional follow-up activities. If we see, based on our review, that there was an exposure that would warrant some kind of follow-up activity.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
How do you conduct what do you do? Go door to door with a survey in Port Hueneme and South Oxnard? How does that work? How do you determine who may have experienced some health problems?
I'll get to that in a minute, but we don't have a formal survey that we work with. We typically try to identify segments in the community near the sites and try to determine what works best for them in terms of communication. So we might do some in-person interviews. We might do some group interviews. Sometimes there's neighboring businesses, so we'll maybe meet at their location. We might do some mail. So we try to work with the community to see what works for them, and we're generally trying to gather any kind of information they have about how they might have interacted with the site in the past, that we might not be aware of. Just reviewing environmental data alone, we might not know that people used to take walks there or, collect, I don't know, things from the area that we're not aware of. And then we try to determine if they have any specific health outcomes that they're worried about, like certain types of illnesses or any kind of specific exposure concerns. Okay, this is a sort of a comparison overview of what we do and relative to what EPA does, whereas I think they're more focused on the cleanup levels and cleanup questions. We, as I mentioned, try to focus on public health activities and also try to determine past exposures, if past exposures occurred. So, as I mentioned, the community outreach is really intended to try to identify people's health concerns and to try to inform us of ways that the community might have interacted with a site that we might not be aware of. And we try to make sure we do outreach to different groups in the community and that nobody's left out. And as I mentioned, there's several ways we go about doing it, whatever works for people. Right now, we've been looking mainly at the areas here in Oxnard, the Southwinds and Cypress neighborhoods, and also the Surfside neighborhood in the city of Port Hueneme. But we do welcome information from other areas. I think that's mainly just to make it more manageable for us, but it doesn't mean we're not interested in hearing from other people. So we probably will do some in-person outreach in those neighborhoods. Towards the end of our analysis, we try to determine if there are any recommendations that we can make to protect the public's health, and we will make them to either regulators or state or local agencies, whoever has jurisdiction over a particular issue that we are concerned about. If we feel that there is a need for health education, then we typically carry that work out ourselves. Eventually, all of our work gets summarized in a report, and the report is called the Public Health Assessment, the official parlance of the ATSCR agency that funds us. But by the time the report comes out, there have been a variety of follow-up activities already, and we will typically have already conducted a health education if we saw that it was necessary. And we hold follow-up meetings with the community to let them know what we found. So our tentative timeline right now is to try to gather the community's health concerns or exposure concerns probably until the end of November, maybe even early December. And we'll try to coordinate with EPA. I know they're doing outreach as well, so we're in contact with them. The document will then go through a technical review with the regulatory agencies, and after their comments are incorporated, we'll release a public comment draft, probably in early 2008. We'll respond to those comments and then release a final report. So I'm the contact person for any of your constituents who might have any health concerns or exposure concerns around the Halico site. They're welcome to call me or email me. I'll probably be in the area again at least once more this year, so I can also meet with them in person if that works best. And I'm fluent in Spanish, so I can also speak in Spanish with people. So I think that might be the end of my presentation.
Okay.
I guess
the health impacts, are those mostly like airborne contaminants? That would be how the health would be impacted, or are there other ways?
I think we're looking at various media, right? Is it soil, maybe?
On-site.
On-site and off-site, I believe.
So you may be looking when you're going and interviewing people whether they, played on-site or things like that.
Yes, things like that. We've heard of people sometimes going and riding their bikes around.
Right.
And things like that.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. When had the community meeting in South Oxnard Community Center, there were quite a few public folks present, and they were people who'd worked at the Halico site, certainly those who've lived around it. Issues where people were saying, we've been talking about this hidden activity and stuff being buried, so they did an excellent job in connecting up with those folks. And I also suggested that they connect up with our local public health officer for to see if there's any historic data that we might have that might help them in their analysis to see what health risk impacts may have occurred or any potential ones in the future. So. And thank you. And I know that you're out there doing the community outreach piece, and it's important that the people feel like they're listened to, and that they can tell you their story, and then you can do what analysis is needed to see what risk we have. I know one of the things that was raised after our meeting, and I don't know if Wayne can answer this, or maybe even APCD Mike Villegas, was the material that's now over the waste pile. Is it strong enough, and is the product that's under it heavy enough that if we have winds that blow, or is there any issue of windborne contaminant or risk still with the current containment on the slag heap on the waste pile site? Can you address that, Wayne? Just
There shouldn't be, but we'll continue to inspect the site, and we may do some additional air testing down the road to make sure that there are no materials moving off site.
okay. Other questions?
When I first heard about Halico, it's a long time ago, and I think I was on the Air Pollution Control District from the city of Thousand Oaks when I was with them, and I remember all these people coming up and talking about the green smoke and things coming out of that building and at night, and just being so alarmed, and it's so nice to see the attention that's finally being brought to it. And I thank you also for your leadership and help in doing that, and also, you have a big charge in front of you, and I know there's a lot to be done in order to try to get this site cleaned up, and I really appreciate the effort.
Peter can probably even comment on that. I'll say, that question was asked at the community meeting, and I stood up to say that there's been a long history in this county of trying to do something regarding that site, with both APCD enforcement activities, the district attorney, the Regional Water Waste Control Board has weighed in on this, and there have been fines issued and compliance monitors issued. But never enough to identify, the ability to shut the property down, but enough pressure put on them and financial cost to them in dealing with litigation and compliance issues. I'm not sure that that's the sole thing that drove them into bankruptcy. It doesn't matter. They're there. So.
And you're hearing about them possibly owning another facility that's maybe doing the same kind of thing.
In Tennessee.
So just realized.
Peter, something to add to that?
Yeah, please. And also, if could I have my presentation up there again so I can show a map? A couple of things that I neglected to mention, and other things that were mentioned by the other speakers that we may want to pursue a little more this afternoon. One of the things that I'd like to show, let's see, if I push for, thank you. Where's the best one? This one. The contamination that Wayne referred to, this is well documented. The whole arc of contamination that came off the pile onto this property. The Nature Conservancy bought at our encouragement. We're the only ones who've ever convinced the Nature Conservancy to buy a Superfund site. And anyway, this is a real concern, and this is ongoing damage. This could be cleaned up, scraped off the top 2 feet of contaminated soil now rather than later, rather than waiting for an entire cleanup, and we're going to address that issue again with EPA. In that context, there is a distinction that's fairly complicated between what the emergency response team is able to do with EPA and have done very well so far, and then when Wayne and his cohorts up in San Francisco take over. And so this might be one final thing for the emergency response team to do before the long-term planning has to happen. And I think they would have done it last year, but there was some inundation on the site that prevented it. Another thing I neglected to mention is the importance of sea level rise, which is something we're getting a better and better handle on as part of the planning here. But there are areas that will inundate here with 1, 2, and 3 foot sea level rise, and it's just something I wanted to point out. And it also affects the future of that pile as well.
When you refer to sea level rise, are you referring to global warming?
Yes.
Or? Okay.
Climate change.
Okay,
yes.
because you also have some flooding that goes on already to some degree, right?
Correct, and also some of the predicted increased levels of the sea under climate change are also going to be much more, there are going to be a lot more extreme events that come along with that, more than there are now, not in direct proportion, but in greater proportion in the future. Another thing that was mentioned was the bona fide prospective purchaser agreements. The distinction made in the EPA guidance between what's required out of the landowner versus what the EPA will do under the Superfund program is not entirely clear. The owner is supposed to stop releases. Where that ends and future cleanup begins is not entirely clear, and we haven't got a really clear answer on that. Also, in terms of the Superfund monies, the point that's been made to me is that the Superfund formerly had a dedicated source of fees or taxes or something that built into the fund. That's no longer happening in the federal budget, and that's why it is so much reduced now. Yeah, and now it's on a year-to-year appropriation from a source that's not dedicated only for that purpose. And let's see, I think that's the main thing, additional points I wanted to make, except to say that we were, just to compliment the EPA emergency response team, since they're winding up some of their work. They have been an absolute breath of fresh air. They've been so good with the community and so open with the press and with all of us and educating us about what to do, and so dedicated to what they're doing. That's been a great. I mean, finally something is happening out there.
They have been, yeah. Anyone else have anything to add?
No. Supervisor Bennett?
I just would add that with the climate change possibilities and it becoming flooded, just one more reason why I sure hope that they make the determination that it's best to get it all off of there rather than stabilizing on site. So.
Well, I agree. This should be at the top of the list just because of the coastal corridor, the valuable wetlands we have there, and the fact that we have a residential community that has lived with this for far too long. So we're all excited that you're here and that the work is underway. And anytime we can be of assistance through our county agencies, whatever we can do. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think then that concludes our Board of Supervisors meeting
receive
for
and file
today, and we have a motion to receive and file. Seeing no objection, that passes, and we'll look forward to seeing Peter Brand next week too, I think, huh?